Welcome to the meeting. This is the first meeting for recent elected councillor Salima Hamid, and I'd like to welcome her. As usual, let me remind you that today's meeting will be webcast for live or subsequent broadcast via the link on the agenda. So, members, you are reminded that the recording of the webcast will be kept indefinitely. Members of the press or public may record and take photographs except where there are confidential or exempt items. May I also remind members that they do not enjoy parliamentary privilege in relation to debate in this chamber, and members should be careful in what they say during all debates this afternoon. May I remind members, if they have mobiles, please turn them onto silent. And a finger buffet will be available in the banqueting suite when we break at approximately 16:35. Finally, I would remind members that they must declare all relevant pecuniary and non-pecuniary interests relating to any items of business to be discussed at this meeting. Does anyone have any interest to declare? I move that the minutes of the City Council meeting held on the 12th of July 2022 have been circulated to each member of the Council, be taken as read and confirmed and signed. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you. Unfortunately, I must once again begin my announcements with some extremely sad news: the death of former councillor Peter Smallbone. Firstly, I must announce the death of Peter Smallbone, who did pass away on the 8th of July after a long battle with cancer. Peter served as a councillor for Quinton Ward from 2008 to 2012, during which time he served on a number of overview and scrutiny committees and had a particular interest in health. Peter leaves behind his wife, Laura, who is here in the chamber today, and 2 children. I know you will join me in extending to them our deepest condolences. That this council places on record its sorrow at the death of Councillor Peter Smallbone and its appreciation of his devoted service to the residents of Birmingham. The council extends its deepest sympathy to Peter, wife, and extended family in their sad bereavement. Would you please, members and officers, stand for 1 minute's silence? I will now call upon councillors to pay tribute to former councillor Peter Smallbone. Councillor Matt Bennett.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's with great sadness that I rise to pay tribute to my friend, Peter Smallbone. Pete was one of the first people I met when I got involved in politics, and the first person I ever went campaigning with. He and I were first elected on the same time in 2008, and it seems incredible that I'm standing here paying tribute to him. He was taken at such a young age, and it's more than 10 years since he sat in this chamber. Pete was born and raised in Birmingham. His family own and run Smallbone and Son Cars, which is a name probably well known to most of us, at least in the south of the city. He attended Camp Hill Boys School around the same time as somebody called Tim Huxtable. I'm not quite sure what became of Tim. He then went on to study biology at York University, where he also incidentally developed a love of dance music. Although his subsequent career was in IT, he did retain an interest in biology. In fact, one of the last times I saw him was earlier this year. Deirdre and I, and Wasim, I think, were planting trees in Cannon Hill Park. He came along to see us and was able to enlighten us with some interesting facts about the various trees we were planting. Pete had a long-standing interest in politics. I'm not sure if he ever had any socialistic tendencies, but I believe if he did, then trips in his 20s to communist Cuba and post-communist Russia soon knocked those out of him because he was able to see what didn't work in the political world. When I first encountered Pete, he was chairman of Conservative City Branch, which was a recruiting branch for younger people, mainly those who worked in the city centre. I'd have to say that as a campaigning resource, City Branch probably left a lot to be desired. But the aim was to get people together for a few or even a lot of drinks, and Pete was pretty good at that. Campaigning-wise, he first stood in Ladywood in 2006 and again in 2007. He, or rather his agent, did, I think, fall victim to the tendency that candidates can fall for sometimes when the first boxes were opened at the count. In 2006, he hadn't yet arrived at the count when he received a call from his agent telling him that the first boxes had been opened, I think they were in the jewellery quarter, and that he was doing very well. "Get down here," his particularly foul-mouthed agent, who wasn't me, exclaimed, "You're going to win this effing election." In the event, he narrowly lost to Carl Rice by a mere 1,000 votes, and again to Sir Albert by a similar margin the following year. But he learned a lot from this, and he subsequently, the following year, he was selected to stand in Quinton Ward, which he won by 376 votes. And that heralded a brief golden era when there were 3 Conservative councillors in Quinton. Now, Pete was a really dedicated local councillor and campaigner. He took his role really seriously. During his time in Quinton, he dealt with all kinds of issues, big and small, the same kind of things we all deal with, but he was meticulous and persistent in dealing with those things. There were the big campaigns about Quinton Police Station, the Martineau Centre, but also the small things that make a difference to everybody's life. And he would follow things through over and over again, hounding officers until those jobs were done. He was, as I mentioned earlier, in IT, he utilised those tools. If he could find a techie solution to something, he would. And therefore, he was very efficient at running his casework, getting things done, and managing things. But his love of technology did get him into a bit of trouble. Again, this seems bizarre to relate this now, but when he was first elected in 2008, he was on the Health Scrutiny Committee. And in his first meeting, he blogged about it. He blogged about what took place in the meeting. In those days, we didn't have live streaming, and he actually got told off for blogging about what happened in the meeting, which was a public meeting, or a meeting held in public, without the minutes having been agreed, which seems strange to look back on now. And obviously, things have changed a great deal. Now, when we were first elected in 2008, we were part of an intake of Conservatives who were probably a little bit noisy, keen to have an influence on the administration because we were in control with the Liberal Democrats at the time. And so we did lots of things to sort of try and influence things and maybe get ourselves noticed, perhaps. We did things like boycott the council meals, which were there at the time, and were subsequently abolished, but have ironically just recently been brought back. I'm sure Peter would be as appalled as I am at the reintroduction of council meals. I don't think either of us ate any meals in the entire 4-year term we had there. But I can't really think of any modern parallels for this sort of noisy faction of young Turks, but I will say we did used to sit just about there. And we would sit and kind of make little jokes to each other about what was going on around us. We were kind of a municipal Beavis and Butthead, I suppose. But after a couple of years in, we were discreetly advised that for anyone who's sitting there, the Lord Mayor can hear, because of the acoustics of the room, pretty much everything you're saying. So I advise you to be cautious, those in that area. Now, Pete didn't have a lot of patience for council inefficiency. When the Martineau Centre was being shut, he became aware of a plaque in one of the buildings which commemorated the history of that building, which was originally a school and then an assessment centre. despite his repeatedly raising the matter, no one in the council seemed very interested in retrieving this important historic artefact. So in the end, at the last possible moment, before the building was closed off, he went in himself, got up, unscrewed it from the wall, put it in his car, and took it to the appropriate person in the council department. That was the kind of approach he tended to take. And I think it's particularly noteworthy. I mean, he was only a councillor for 4 years, but he does deserve a place in the history of the council because he was the first councillor, and I think possibly the only councillor to this day, I could be wrong, to use the councillor call for action process. And that's a procedure whereby if there is something that's happening in your ward that should be dealt with simply but isn't, and you keep asking and asking and asking, you escalate it, the ultimate sanction is you can convene a meeting of the relevant scrutiny committee to summon those officers in front of them to explain exactly why this hasn't been done. Pete did this with a street light that hadn't been connected. It seems amazing that anyone would leave this street light unconnected and have to go before a scrutiny committee, but that's exactly what it did. I think that's a great procedure, and if anyone hasn't used it, I think it's due for a revival. And I think that incident summed him up. He was persistent in trying to get a result for his residents. He wasn't afraid to use a new or novel approach to get one, researching everything thoroughly. One of the things I learned from him really was to always check what the law actually says can and can't be done, not to take any officer's word for it, because quite often you'll find that what the officers say can and can't be done doesn't quite marry up with what the law tells you. Now, after Pete lost his seat in 2012, he remained involved in the voluntary side of the party, but he made a conscious decision to step away from seeking elected office for a few years. He wanted to focus on his career in IT, which included his podcast, Speaking in Tech, which I'm told by people who know is highly recommended, and most importantly, on his children whilst they were still young. It's the council's loss that he was never able to make the comeback that I'm sure he wanted to do one day. We in the Conservative group were very fond of him and certainly looked forward to welcoming him back one day. He showed great bravery during his illness over the last couple of years. He would send me WhatsApp messages with updates on his health, which he always put in the sort of trying to put it in the light-hearted, humorous manner. He was not someone to let things get him down, and I do miss sharing jokes and observations with him over WhatsApp. So on behalf of the Conservative group, I'd like to thank him for his service and to extend our deepest sympathies to his wife Laura, his children, his parents and his brothers. Thank you.
Councillor Ian Ward.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It is always a sad duty to pay tribute to former colleagues in this chamber, and never more so when one of our number dies at such a very young age. As we've heard, Peter Smallbone was just 47 years old when he died in July, leaving behind his wife Laura and 2 young children. And I know I speak for everyone in the Labour group when I extend my deepest condolences to the family at this very sad time. As Matt Bennett has pointed out, Peter served just 1 term on the council, representing the Quinton ward from 2008 to 2012. But he made lasting friendships right across the political divide in this chamber, because above all else, he was a very decent man. Lord Mayor, at one stage in my political career on the council, I was going through somewhat of a tough time within the Labour group on this council. I think Peter may have been involved in some way in public affairs at the time, but he'd certainly been in touch with me about some of the activity the council was doing around that time. I was the deputy leader of the council back then. And one day Peter got in touch with me quite out of the blue and told me he was aware of the difficult time I was having back then. And he offered to help me should things unravel on the council by helping me to find a job. And I think that very much for me sums up the kind of person Peter was. He was a very supportive and a very, very kind man. And that human gesture that he paid to me underlined something that I've said many times in this chamber, that even though we often disagree on political matters, tribalism should never trump humanity. And that certainly was not the case with Peter. Lord Mayor, Peter was diagnosed with brain tumour last April, and it says a great deal about him that even after surgery, and as he was undergoing radiotherapy, his attentions turned to raising funds and awareness for the Brain Tumour Charity. Peter was an ideas man and an organiser, so the charity quickly benefited from his support, advice and organisational energy. Lord Mayor, the Brain Tumour Charity continues to benefit from Peter's legacy, And last weekend, Peter's widow, Laura, ran the London Marathon to raise funds for this very deserving cause. I cannot begin to imagine how tough the last year has been for Laura and her children, and of course for Peter's extended family and friends. But true to his memory, Laura is now fundraising in the hope that in future other families may not face the same pain and the same early loss of a loved one. The coming months will continue to be tough for Peter's family, and on behalf of the Labour Group, I extend our condolences at such a difficult and tragic time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Tilsley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. A very fulsome tribute from Matt Bennett and from the Leader of the Council. I got to know Peter not terribly well, but he was a member of the coalition at the time, and he always struck me as a very thoughtful and decent individual. And as both Matt and Ian have said, taken far, far, far too young, 47, and leaving Laura and 2 young children for them to face the world. And I've no doubt that the wider Smallbone family, as Matt has said, part of the Smallbone empire in the south of Birmingham, will be supportive. But it won't replace Peter in their hearts, and physically as well. So on behalf of my colleagues, we would like to add our condolences to what has been said this afternoon in the moving tributes that have been paid both by Matt and Ian. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Next, it is with great sadness that I announce the death of our former Lord Mayor and colleague, Councillor Mohammed Azim, who passed away on the 14th of August. Mohammed served as a councillor for the Sparkbrook Ward from 2004 to 2006 and 2012 to 2018, and the Sparkbrook and Balsall Heath East Ward from 2018 onwards. He was Lord Mayor of Birmingham in 2019 to 2021, usually serving a 2-year term unusually, I would say, serving a 2-year term of office as a result of the coronavirus pandemic, and served as the Deputy Lord Mayor of Birmingham in 2021 to 2022. During his time on City Council, he served on numerous committees and outside bodies. Mohammed leaves behind his wife, 2 sons and 2 daughters, including his youngest daughter, Councillor Bushri Bai, who is here in the chamber today. I know you will join me in extending to them our deepest condolences. I move that this council places on record its sorrow at the death of former Lord Mayor, I move that this council places on record its sorrow at the death of former Lord Mayor Councillor Mohammed Azim and its appreciation of his devoted service to the residents of Birmingham. The council extends its deepest sympathy to Mohammed's wife, children, grandchildren, and members of his extended family in their sad bereavement. Would members and officers please stand for 1 minute silence? I will now call upon councillors to pay tribute to Mohammed. Councillor Bushrabi.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Firstly, I'd just like to say, pass my condolences to Queen Elizabeth II's family. She was a great monarch, and I grew up as a young girl knowing that we have a female monarch, long reigning. She was dedicated and amazing and a great role model. My dad actually had the pleasure of meeting the Queen twice. He loved the Queen, and he found that a great honour. That was in his role as councillor. We did have the opportunity to meet a number of members of the royal family, including we met Prince Charles at Vatican City. And when Prince Charles saw my dad, he said, "Oh, the Lord Mayor of Birmingham," and that made my dad really happy. He was so proud, and he told so many people about this comment. So thank you to King Charles. We also met the Queen Consort whilst we were in the role of Lord Mayor and Lady Mayoress. We met the Princess of Wales, Catherine Middleton, who I was particularly starstruck by because she complimented my fascinator and was actually such a lovely and kind and warm person. We also had dinner with Prince Edward, which was quite nerve-wracking to sit through a meal with royalty. And we also had the pleasure of going to Buckingham Palace in May this year. It was a remarkable building, and we had a lovely day. It was so sunny, and that was one of the great memories that I have with my dad. So, Lord Mayor, I'd like to thank you and your consort in particular, because you've shown me and my family so much love and support since the passing of my father. You've gone out of your way, above and beyond, and that really does mean a lot to us all, so thank you. You've also told me such lovely stories of yourself with my dad when you were both colleagues on the scrutiny planning committee. And even though you were in the opposition, you both got on really well. And thank you for all the support and all the stories. My dad was on the planning committee from 2005 to 2006, and then from 2012 to 2022. Now, my dad began his life from very humble beginnings. He was born in a village in Pakistan. So it's very, very remarkable that he actually became the first citizen from being born in a village in Pakistan, not having very good English when he came here, coming here to a foreign first world country, and let alone adapting and getting on. He built a community, and then he became the first citizen, something which he was really, really proud of. And he actually said that when I arrived in Birmingham from Pakistan, never could I have imagined that one day I will have the honour and privilege of serving the people of this great city as the first citizen. And he really did love Birmingham, and he saw it as his home. Wherever he went, he always told people that it's a great city, Birmingham, and he was really proud of our city and all the people inside our city. Now, when my father first came to England in the 60s, things were very, very different back then, and quite difficult as well for a different community, leaving their home, the place that they know, their families and their friends, to seek a better life for themselves and their families. And just to give you a small example of how different things were back then, that on each road, there would usually be one car if you were lucky, obviously compared to today. Things have really changed today. Now I think we have far too many cars on our streets. So that's what he had once told me. And I enjoyed listening to all the stories that he had told me about when he first came here and how difficult it was for people within my community to actually get by. But they did somehow. And people like my father paved the way for the rest of us all. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him and all the work that he had put in and the dedication. So he worked, it was actually astonishing. He worked for a metal engineering firm in Aston. And then he became the Lord Mayor, which was a remarkable achievement in itself. But not only that, once he did a long shift in his workplace, he came home and he would fill out forms for the local community who couldn't read or write. And how he actually got into that was because people were starting to charge other people for this service, and it really annoyed him. Because he was an advocate of social justice, he disliked deprivation, and he wanted equality wherever he went. So he took it upon himself. So after a long 12-hour shift, he would then be filling out forms, numerous forms for people, helping the community to navigate their way in a city where they didn't understand the language, didn't understand the culture. And that's where I think his political career actually did begin, right from the very beginning, because of his desire to have social justice within the community of Birmingham. Now, while he was a shift foreman, where he actually trained new people in his job at the metal factory, and that was because he was great with people. And so anyone who's nervous in starting, he would be the person they would turn to. And also he made it to the shop steward, so I'm very proud of him for that. And he was actually selected with a very few members from his workplace to actually be sent to Paris on an all-paid-for trip by his work, which he really, really enjoyed. And quite recently, before he passed away, 2 weeks actually, whilst we were walking towards the Commonwealth Games, the marathon, where we're going to meet our friend dignitaries and host them, he actually told me about Paris, and I told him that I would love to visit, and he told me that I definitely should, so I certainly will be doing that. Now, my father worked on many campaigns supporting social justice and becoming aware of the deprivation and inequality across our city. He loved to include everyone, that was cross-faiths, cross-parties. He included everybody, and he was an advocate for women's rights. Myself in particular, he always tried to build my confidence. He told me to be confident and to believe in myself and never to hold back. He also taught me that good manners and hard work pay off. And he always worked in collaboration with others. He never went against people or was stubborn. He never showed anger. From all the attributes that I've had with my family, people constantly comment on how kind he was, how decent he was, how dignified he was, and how much they loved working with him, seeing him and meeting him, and all the things that he stood for. Now, he helped a lot of his colleagues. He really started to support the Labour Party back in the early 1990s, and then he helped people like Jess Phillips, where he turned up every single day almost to actually campaign in her campaign, and she became an MP. And a lot of people have told me stories like that where he really helped them, because he loved the Labour Party and all the values that the Labour Party stands for. He was elected in 2004, which was a great honour for him. And in 2005, he played an integral part in cleaning the Balti Triangle after a tornado hit the ward, causing £14 million worth of damage. And he said at the time it was a privilege to be part of the community because it pulled everyone together. So my father always tried to encourage to pull everyone together, and that's what he loved doing the most. He loved working out in the field. And as I was just speaking to Councillor Saima Ahmed, who I will welcome a little later on, she actually said that on the doorstep, people always commented about how he would come on the doorstep and speak to them, and how he was always available for his constituents, and what a great loss it was for them. And I've also had a great deal of tributes come from them, so thank you very much. He was very proud to secure the creation of the 14 million Sparkbrook Health and Community Centre, because he said it tackles health inequalities in the area. Again, he was obviously advocating for equality for his constituents and the residents of Birmingham. The scrutiny committees that he was on whilst he was a councillor were Transportation and Street Services, Overview and Scrutiny Committees from 2004 to 2006. He was on the Planning Committee, as I just said earlier, and he was on the Commonwealth Games, Culture and Physical Activity, Overview and Scrutiny Committee from 2021 to 2022. He was also served on the Centro Members Joint Committee 2014 to 2015, as well as the Transport Delivery Committee from 2015 to 2016. It was a great privilege for me to become the Lady Mayoress and to visit all the 1,000 events that we visited in Birmingham in our reign in the first year. You would know, obviously, Lord Mayor, how busy it can be, what a privilege and honour it is for yourself and your consort. I saw firsthand how kind he was, and always giving priority to the unsung heroes of our city. He always, the more unsung someone was, the more he praised them, and the longer he spent talking to them, to make sure that they were okay. And they always commented on how kind and wonderful he was and how easy and relaxed they felt in his company. So when he was first elected as the Lord Mayor, and a lot of people came up to me and actually told me how decent and kind and wonderful my father was and how honest he was and dignified, especially a lot of the female councillors. So it was wonderful actually to see that. My father loved serving as the Lord Mayor, and as you had mentioned, he was the Lord Mayor for 2 years. That was the first time since the Second World War because of the COVID pandemic. He helped a lot of people during the COVID pandemic. Obviously, there were a lot of people that were reluctant to take up their vaccination, so we got heavily involved in the campaign to ensure that people do take their vaccinations and to protect the city. So slowly and surely those messages were heard and more people did take up the vaccination. We also had the honour of meeting the Pope in Vatican City at the John Henry Newman canonization. And my father also signed the Friendship Treaty between Birmingham and Albert. And we were pleased to meet the dignitaries from Albert recently, 2 weeks before my father passed away, which was actually lovely to see them again before he passed. My father was always keen to invite school children to the council house and to encourage them to reach their dreams and achieve their goals, because he believed in education and he believed the young people are the future of tomorrow. People loved how kind he was and commented on how handsome he looked in his chains and how well dressed he was as well. So we have many memories, and I'd like to thank the city on behalf of myself and my family, and we will cherish these memories forever. Also, I'd like to thank all the citizens of Sparkbrook and Borsall Heath for all the support and voting that they gave to my father over the years. And I'd like to welcome Councillor Saima Ahmed, who may be new to the council, but she is not new to the Labour Party, and she has been campaigning with my father for many years, and I'd like to welcome her and hope that you will all show her the same amount of love and respect that you showed to my father and myself. And I would like to thank Jane Hayes for the lovely article that she printed in the Daily Mail. I would like to thank Councillor Idris for all the support that he has given to me since the passing of my father, and to Councillor Shabrana Hussain. Now, I do want to thank everyone, but there are actually too many of you, and you have all overwhelmed me so much with the love, support to myself and my family, that we would actually be here all day paying tribute, and I don't think people would be very happy with me. So what I've decided to do is to read out a couple of the tributes that people have sent. I'm not going to do them all, but I will do a couple because they were so nice and endearing. This one is from Mr. John Crabtree, the Lord Lieutenant. He said, "I was so very sorry to hear your quite dreadful news. I have known Mohammed for many years and, of course, came to know him very well during his term as Lord Mayor. I learned to have great respect for him and his great contribution to the city, but perhaps more importantly, I come to count on him as a friend. I shall miss him greatly. Diana is also upset, as you well know. She joins me in sending you the deepest condolences." And I'd like to read out a message from Cabinet Member Liz Clement, which sums up a lot of the work that my father did. She said, "Azim was such a special man who did so much to help others and to champion our city. I'll always remember how much he helped me when I stood in the Hall Green by-election in 2017. He came out with me almost every day, for which I was, and I'm so grateful. He knew everyone because he'd helped so many people, and he had a smile for everyone. I could see the impact he'd had on people's lives as a councillor. It made a big impression on me and set a standard to live up to." Also, I'd like to thank Councillor Alex Yip. You came to a prayer service for my father. That was very touching. Thank you so much, and for all your cards and your messages. I'd like to thank, there was one other person, but they've gone out of my mind now. But, oh yes, David Barker, my good friend. You actually surprised me with some lovely flowers and the cards and the gifts, and I was so overwhelmed. I did put them on my dad's grave, so thank you so much. I was honestly touched. And you all made me feel really lovely and happy, and we were all so overwhelmed with the messages, and it really helped us with the healing process. So I won't go on too much longer now, but thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, and I'm sorry if I've missed anybody out. Thank you.
Councillor Robert Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. On behalf of the Conservative Group, I rise to pay our tributes to former Lord Mayor and late Councillor Mohammed Azim for his service to our city and to his ward. I've had the honour of twice in recent years giving a speech about Mohammed Azim as part of the moving of the motion for him to be Lord Mayor, and then as the thanks to him at the end of his term in office. Uniquely in recent times, as you touched on, Lord Mayor, and Lord Mayor would normally only serve for 1 year, but he served for 2 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And when I spoke to the late Councillor Azim at the end of his term of office, he was keen to make sure we all understood just how highly he held all the volunteers in our city for the support they gave residents during that pandemic. Now, late Councillor Azim, when he first joined the council, as we've already heard, was thrown into the deep end, having to get involved in the tackling of the natural disaster of tornadoes in the Sparkbrook, Moseley, Borsall Heath area. Little did he know at that time that this experience would end up being needed in his role as Lord Mayor many years later during a global pandemic. This being involved and available for his community was something that would stay with him for his entire time on the council. Late Councillor Azim was always keen to stress how proud he'd been of our city, of officers, and for everyone for trying their best, and how proud he was of Brummies for dealing with the shocks that the pandemic gave our city. In our lifetimes, probably no person has overseen more change in the council meetings than Councillor Azim did during his time as Lord Mayor. Within the weeks, City Council changed from entirely in-person meetings to suddenly having meetings held online with officers and members, being unused to the new ways of working and the technology involved, and no one having chaired such meetings at the Council before. It was a testament to the man that he never complained about this, but oversaw these changes and always had a smile on his face. It should also be remembered the work he did to help encourage the uptake of the vaccine in the city. As Lord Mayor, he recorded lots of videos for the city's residents, urging them to make sure they get their vaccine. He was also filmed having his vaccine given to him to demonstrate first-hand actions speak louder than words. And he was also keen to ensure that myths about the vaccine did not take hold in the city. So he wrote letters to send out to community groups, stressing the need for everyone to get vaccinated. He also held numerous Zoom calls with leaders in the city, virtual flag raisings, virtual Remembrance Day, and videos for the NHS. While I know Councillor Gareth Moore, my ward colleague, and I, like many councillors, were also very grateful to the time Councillor Azim spent when he was Lord Mayor, sending letters of thanks out to volunteers in the ward that we've provided him, as well as the certificates he also presented to community groups. Finally, I think it's worth us remembering today that late Councillor Mohammed Azim, at the end of his time as Lord Mayor, was particularly keen to stress that he had met so many wonderful people across Birmingham, so many caring people that he would describe as the rainbow of Birmingham. Councillor Azim was always friendly with a smile whenever you saw him. He was kind enough to show my oldest daughter around the parlour when she visited here once during his time as Lord Mayor, and actually to take the time to speak to her in a meaningful conversation about her thoughts about the council and about the parlour. It's that taking that time out for others, which I think is so rare in public life, and I think something we should be so grateful for. He'll be sorely missed from all on this side of the chamber, and I know from talking to residents in his ward, they will miss him as well. And I have to say, when Councillor Ewan Mackey and myself went along to a service at a mosque in his ward when he became Lord Mayor, you could tell from the response of people in that room just how proud they were of everything he'd achieved in the city. So, Lord Mayor, on behalf of the Conservative Group, I give our thanks to Councillor Azim for his service and send our thoughts and prayers to his family and friends. It's an incredibly sad time. Thank you.
I now call Councillor John Hunt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to express the condolences of our group to Councillor Bushra B and to the family of Councillor Mohammed Azim, and to express our sorrow at the loss of a man who served his distinction as Lord Mayor of this city. And I was very, very touched and interested to hear Councillor B's account of her father's life and career. I think it's notable that when he was elected in 2004, it was during the year of a Liberal Democrat surge, and he was elected alongside 2 Liberal Democrats in Sparkbrook. So the fact that he was elected as the third councillor really is a measure of the esteem with which he was held in that community. And what we heard, and I was impressed to hear that for many decades prior to that, he had worked in the service of the community voluntarily. As Lord Mayor, he was a true gentleman. I think it's no secret that chairing the meetings was quite challenging for him, but he behaved with dignity throughout and was always a gentleman in one's dealings with him as Lord Mayor. And then, of course, it came that he served for a second year as Lord Mayor, and he was the first Lord Mayor, I think since 1935, to serve 2 terms, after which the custom of the council changed and Lord Mayors were elected annually. But Councillor Mohammed Azim served for 2 years because of the pandemic. I note, in fact, his name is not yet up on the board out there. I don't know if there's some deliberation as to how to do it, but his predecessors, it was Samuel Gray was the last 2-term Lord Mayor in 1935, and they were just put down 1 year after the next, so he should have his name up there twice to note his distinction as Lord Mayor. Present Lord Mayor, Mohammed Azim was a tribute to the council. It's very, very sad that he has not had more time to relish the time he served as Lord Mayor and all those encounters that he and his and Councillor B had with the royal family, with the Pope and so forth. It's very, very sad for him and for his family that they haven't been allowed more time to savour that and to enjoy those memories. But I'm sure the memories will stay with the family, and our thoughts are with them as they will continue to treasure his memory. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Finally, I have to inform you of the death of former Lady Mayoress Sheila Barrow. Sheila was born in 1928 in Bourneville and died at age 93 after a short illness at her home in Edgbaston. She was Lady Mayoress alongside her husband, Honorary Alderman George Corbin Barrow, from 1965 to 1966. She was widowed in 1998. Before marrying in 1957, Sheila was a legal secretary working in Birmingham, and then in New York at the United Nations for the Indian delegation, and in Washington, D.C. with the British Embassy. She was a long-serving JP on the Birmingham bench, a juvenile justice and a chair of the juvenile bench for several years, and on the Lord Chancellor's advisory for the appointment of magistrates. Sheila leaves behind her son, George, and again, I know you will join me in extending to George and the rest of the family our deepest condolences. I move that this council places on record its sorrow at the death of former Lady Mayoress Sheila Barrow and its appreciation of her service to the residents of Birmingham. The council extends its deepest sympathy to Sheila's family in their sad bereavement. We now move on to the agenda item relating to petitions. I move that the petitions presented before the meeting be received and referred to the relevant chief officer to examine and report as appropriate. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Could I ask those of you who want to present petitions to press your speak button so that you will be shown on the list on my screen? I will now invite members who want to present petitions this afternoon to do so. Please can you clearly state the details of the petition and which director or directorate the petition relates to. And may I remind you that this is not an opportunity to make a speech. Could I also ask you to ensure that your name is on the front page of the petition? Please present your petition and a member of the committee services team will then collect it from you. I will now call Councillor Robert Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've got a large petition from hundreds of residents in Erdington objecting to planning application 2022/01909/PA. I ask that goes to the planning department.
Thank you. That agreed? Thank you. I will now call Councillor Ayub Khan A.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Petition from residents of Kenworth Road in Aston, They are stating that the width of the street is too narrow and ask for a one-way system to be implemented. I ask that this go to the right department.
Is that agreed? Councillor Rob Pocock.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition from residents of Hayslaw Road, Sutton Vesey Ward. They're concerned about the poor state of the pavements in their road, and they're calling on the City Council and the highways engineers to upgrade the standards of the pavement to ensure the area is safe and acceptable to all in the road. Thank you. I ask that to be passed to the highways department.
Thank you. Is that agreed? Councillor Kerry Jenkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have two petitions. The first petition is a petition from over 500 residents objecting to planning application 2022/03217/PA, and I ask that that goes to the Chair of Planning, Martin Brooks. And the second petition is signed over 1,000 people, and it's asking for urgent commitment to secure funding to install evidence-based safety measures and traffic calming measures, and also that the road safety strategy of the council is reviewed as soon as possible. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Oh, sorry,
agreed?
Lord Mayor, that petition was presented by myself and my ward colleague, Councillor Knowles.
Right, thank you. Is that agreed? Councillor Fred Grindod.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My petition of over 70 residents of Beaumont Road, Bourneville and Cottridge Ward, which asks that, unlike many surrounding streets, Beaumont Road in Bourneville lacks any tree cover. The residents would like Birmingham City Council to consider planting trees along Beaumont Road to provide shade in hot weather and shelter in bad weather. I ask that that be submitted to the Highways Department. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
That agreed? Councillor Aziz.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I wish to present a petition signed by residents of my Bowes Green ward. This petition relates to the removal of the cycle lane on Bolton Road. Lord Mayor, I request that this petition is forwarded to the Highways Department. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
That agreed? Councillor Islam.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition from the resident of Newtown. We, the undersigned resident of Gilcroft, Newtown, Birmingham, B92, and we would like to see more car parking space available to all our residents. The residents have no proper parking space despite their unused high ground land available to have car parking facilities. We want level up available high ground to have more car parking spaces to minimize acute parking problem. It should go to the transportation. Thank you, Lord.
Is that agreed? Councillor Timothy Huxtable.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I have a petition for residents of Hall Green calling on Birmingham City Council to investigate alternative highways / traffic solutions to keep the free flow of traffic at Robin Hood Island, Hall Green, and I propose this goes to the Highways Department. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Is that agreed? Councillor Sakbi Khanes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've got an open, ongoing petition signed by 146 residents of Smallheath Ward. We, the undersigned, call upon Birmingham City Council to install speed cameras, road safety measures on Coventry Road between Tennyson Road and Asda Supermarket. This is a request following a fatality as a direct result of dangerous and careless driving. I request this is forwarded to Highways Department. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Is that agreed? Councillor Sabrina Hussainaz.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition from my ward of Sparkbrook and Bursell Heath East from residents of Osborne Road requesting Osborne Road to be one way, and that goes to the Highways Department. Thank you.
Thank you. That agreed? Councillor Hedrina Quinan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I have a petition from the residents of Alfred Road and Worston Terrace in Handsworth Ward, asking for the council to ease the flow of traffic on both roads by converting the road into one-way entry from Rookery Roadside into Worston Terrace. I move that this petition be forwarded to the Highways Department. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That agreed? Councillor Busherby.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition of 24 signatures from residents in Ward End for Wallbank Road. They would like CCTV surveillance cameras installed because of fly tipping, drug dealing and traffic offences. They would like this petition to go to Highways and also to Simon Foster, please. Thank you.
Thank you. That agreed? Councillor Miriam Jan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have two petitions. The first petition requesting Birmingham City Council to remove a problematic litter bin or to have temporary CCTV cameras. We, the undersigned, call on Birmingham City Council to either remove the litter bin by our home, which is attracting fly tipping, or to have temporary CCTV cameras to catch the perpetrators dumping rubbish. This litter bin is by Dias Avenue and Rockford Road, Perry Bar, and may this go to the relevant department, please. Second petition, requesting recycling bins and waste bins for our street, Edale Road. We, the undersigned, request for our street to have wheelie bins as we have ongoing miscollections, bags are torn due to not having our black bags collected, and our street is a mess. We as residents are taxpayers and we are not receiving the service we deserve. Can this also go to the relevant department, please? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Is that agreed? Are there any more petitions? Please raise your hands if there are. Thank you. Is that agreed? Sorry, I should have said, is that seconded first? Is that seconded? And that is agreed. Thank you. A petitions update has been made available electronically. I move that the petitions update be noted and those petitions for which a satisfactory response has been received be discharged. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? The next item is to deal with oral questions. We now have questions from members of the public. The indicative time for this item is 20 minutes. There are 2 questions today. The first question is for the Deputy Leader of the Council, Councillor Bridget Jones, from Mr. Roy Buffy, who is in attendance at today's meeting. However, Mr. Jack Moffat will be asking the question on behalf of Mr. Buffy. Mr. Moffat, could I ask you to put the question, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is about skills. The UK economy, including the economy of Birmingham, suffers a shortage of skilled workers, which has a serious impact on productivity, economic growth and prosperity. The effects are most clearly applicable in the inner city. In April 2022, a bill passed into law as the Skills and Post-16 Education Act. Provisions include a lifelong loan entitlement, the equivalent of 4 years of post-18 education, and fully funded qualifications up to level 3 for any adult without an existing level 3 qualification. There will be a clear progression, ladders and bridges between further and higher education.
Mr. Moffat, I'm sorry, but you are out of time. Thank you. Thank you. I call upon Councillor Bridget Jones to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you to Mr Moffat and Mr Boffey for your question. I understand this is about the Skills Act that you're asking about. So, like many other cities and the rest of the UK, Birmingham is facing a significant jobs and skills challenge. Right now, our unemployment rate in Birmingham is about 11.4%, which is around double the national rate. It has been that way for some time, and after, of course, COVID and Brexit, and now the national cost of living crisis, we know that many people across the city and the country are struggling to find the right jobs for them. Last year, we published our Levelling Up strategy for Birmingham, prosperity and opportunity for all. In our strategy, we focus on jobs and skills as one of the key levers for our city, and if we can level up Birmingham so that our economic activity is at the national average, we reckon we can add an estimated £9 billion to Birmingham's economy each year and get an extra 74,000 people back into work. We've got a city that's bursting with untapped potential, talent and ability, And that's why we're continuing to push our levelling up strategy to improve the lives of citizens by giving us the tools we need to deliver for them. So with the Act that you're asking about, firstly, we're carrying out a pan-Birmingham post-16 sufficiency survey to make sure we've got enough of the right provision to meet the current needs, and that will inform an annual action plan with the provider sector. We're mapping T-level provision across the city and partnering with the CA and the Southern City College to develop a new work experience matching portal to match employers offering work experience with T-level providers. We're working with around about 100 construction employers, brokering work experience, traineeship and apprenticeship opportunities to provide that early vital support for people. And we've just secured just over £300,000 from DLUC to work in East Birmingham, providing opportunities to young people. Running out of time, as I appreciate you did, so I'm very happy to talk further if you or Mr. Boffey would like to. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
The second question is for the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward, from Mr. Graham Knight, who is in attendance at today's meeting. Mr. Knight, could I ask you to put your question, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The Commonwealth Games brought great pleasure to Birmingham citizens, gained us world attention, and brought together the city's communities. And so I would like to ask the Leader of the Council to consider putting to his Cabinet and all the councillors the suggestion that the City of Birmingham renames itself as the Commonwealth City of Birmingham. That Centenary Square, and many people don't know what the centenary represents, be renamed Commonwealth Square, and that a statue be raised there, perhaps funded by public subscription, to our late Queen Elizabeth to commemorate her. I realise that these are difficult times and that these suggestions do have financial implications, but I'd be grateful for the Leader's consideration of these suggestions, as I believe these commemorations will provide a fitting, permanent celebration of the city of Elect.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. You're now out of time. Thank you. I call upon Councillor Ian Ward to reply.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Knight, for this question. First of all, can I say that I do absolutely agree with you on your verdict on what was a truly unforgettable Birmingham Commonwealth Games. The people, communities and businesses of this city rose to the challenge, and together we hosted an unforgettable festival of sport, culture, hospitality and sheer unbridled joy. From the fantastic community celebration that greeted the Queen's baton relay, right through to the unforgettable opening ceremony, and of course, the show-stopping closing ceremony, we showed the world a diverse, modern city rich in youth, talent and creativity from many cultures and communities. Birmingham, of course, was rightly, in my opinion, billed the Commonwealth City by President of the Commonwealth Games Federation, Dame Louise Martin. So I can understand very well the inspiration for your suggestion, which I think is a somewhat unusual but nonetheless interesting idea. But I also think there are many qualities that define this city, and our diverse communities and cultures tell just part of the Birmingham story. We've been the City of Birmingham since 1889, and in my opinion, we will continue to be the City of Birmingham in the future. So turning to your thoughts about honouring the late Queen Elizabeth II, I agree that there should be a lasting tribute here in Birmingham. Centenary Square, by the way, marks the centenary of Birmingham becoming a city, so it is an important name to have within the city. The government's currently looking at issues and will no doubt issue guidance in due course, but rest assured, we will find the appropriate way to mark the reign of such an extraordinary and dedicated monarch. We are indeed considering a number of proposals currently, and we'll make an announcement as soon as we are able to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ward. The next section is for oral questions from any councillor to a committee chairman, a lead member of a West Midlands Joint Authority or Ward Forum chair. No supplementary questions are allowed. The time for this section is up to 10 minutes. As always, could I please request that you do not start your question or reply until the red light appears on your microphone to show that it is switched on. Could I please ask that before asking a question, you give the name as well as a designation of the councillor to whom the question is addressed. I call on Councillor Matt Bennett.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Chair of the Commonwealth Games and Physical Activity Scrutiny Committee, Councillor Jack Deakin. And I would like to start by saying I agree with the leader. The Commonwealth Games were unforgettable, although for Councillor Deakin there may be one particular aspect which he may wish to forget, which is that during the Games, of course, as reported in the Birmingham Mail, he stole from a city centre bar whilst drunk. His committee is responsible for the legacy of the Commonwealth Games. Can he explain how that contributed positively to the legacy of the Commonwealth Games and to the image of Birmingham as the eyes of the world were upon us?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Bennett for his question. I'm really glad that I'm able to speak on this matter, actually. I will inform him that the Labour Party nationally has took action and investigated the matter. But furthermore, on the issue specifically that he mentions, I think that my response to my awful mistake shows a great deal of remorse for that action that took place. To clarify, after the incident, I returned the item in question and apologised to the landlord, who is absolutely fine with me after the incident, and he considers the matter closed. The matter, further than that, is, I believe, a personal matter, but in terms of the legacy of the Commonwealth Games, my role is to scrutinise the Council and the Executive and the Cabinet on the delivery of that legacy, and I will continue to do so. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Bennett for his question.
I now call Councillor Gareth Moore.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor Martin Brooks, Chairman of the Planning Committee. Last year, this council agreed as part of a scrutiny inquiry into exempt accommodation to enforce covenants where they existed to prevent properties being converted. Despite that agreement, legal services have failed to act. Would the Chair agree that this failure is putting additional pressure on the Planning Department and therefore will call on legal services to act urgently to ease this burden?
I call Councillor Martin Brooks to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Moore, for raising this issue. I'll undertake to get advice from legal services as to what the position is and inform you and other members of the Council. Thank you.
I now call Councillor Alex Atkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is for Councillor Jack Deakin, Chair of the Commonwealth Games ONS Committee. I've made no secret in this chamber about my lifelong love of sport and also speak as someone who was recently diagnosed with ADHD. So I have a particular interest in the inquiry into access to sport and physical activity for those with disabilities and access requirements. It's a vitally important piece of work in light of the Commonwealth Games. So my question to Councillor Deakin is, will the inquiry look into all aspects of disability, including neurodivergency and additional learning needs? Thank you.
Councillor Deakin to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Aitken for his question. First of all, I'd really like to just say that this inquiry will be cross-party, and I'm really looking forward to working closely with Conservative members and other members of the inquiry, including Councillor Gareth Moore, who will be serving as the Deputy Chair of the inquiry. And one of the things that's really key to point out is that Councillor Bohr, in coordinating ONS, wanted to make sure that these inquiries were cross-party. So I'm really glad that we're delivering on that, and I look forward to working further with Councillor Moore. To answer Councillor Aitken's question specifically, one of the things that I first did when we initially came up with the idea of this inquiry is I made sure and made it clear to scrutiny staff that if we're going to look into disability access for sport and physical activity across our city, based on the legacy of the Commonwealth Games, that we should make sure that that includes those with learning needs and neurodiversity. My professional background comes from supporting learners with additional needs, so it isn't something that I would forget. On that issue specifically as well, I'm really glad that Councillor Aiken feels comfortable to share his most recent diagnosis. I'm actually still waiting on an assessment for ADHD, so hopefully that comes very soon. But with waiting times at the moment, I doubt very much. But I'm very much looking forward to including any member of the council who wants to involve themselves on this, particularly those with lived experiences. So I would urge members of the council, if you do have lived experience, that when those call-outs do happen, that you do get in touch and make sure that you take part. I'm also happy to meet with any of you across the chamber to discuss these matters specifically. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. The next section is for oral questions from councillors other than Cabinet members to a Cabinet member. One supplementary question is allowed. The time for this section is 20 minutes. I call on Councillor Lauren Rainbow.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is for the Cabinet Member for Social Justice, Community Safety and Equalities, Councillor John Cotton. Lord Mayor, since Russia's illegal and immoral invasion of Ukraine in February, thousands of people have fled the country seeking sanctuary. Would Councillor Cotton please update the Council on what actions Birmingham City Council has taken to support Ukrainian refugees?
Do you have a supplementary? Yes, oh, sorry. Bad day today. It's not a good day today.
The heat in here,
I know. Could I ask you to respond, please? John.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Rainbow, for that question. There's been a phenomenal response from the people of Birmingham to the plight of those fleeing the horror that the Russian government has unleashed upon the people of Ukraine. And I know that all of us will wish to condemn the intensifying of the Russian attacks upon Ukraine that we've seen over the last few days, including upon our twin city of Zaporizhzhia. Since the Homes for Ukraine scheme opened, over 500 Birmingham sponsors have come forward to provide a home to over 600 Ukrainian guests. We also know that we have Ukrainian citizens arriving in Birmingham via the family visa scheme, although somewhat frustratingly, we're not being provided with information to indicate the precise numbers that are coming through that route and to be able to identify them in the same way that we can through the main Homes for Ukraine scheme. But our best guess is that there's at least another 250 people coming through that route. The scale of the work required to deliver the Homes for Ukraine scheme has been considerable. That's from facilitating important safeguarding checks, processing payments, addressing issues of access to education, health services and housing, together with supporting our voluntary and community organisations. And we're also having to step in when placements sadly break down and provide support via our statutory services for homelessness and social care. And that's clearly been way beyond the capacity of our small in-house migration team to deliver alone. And that's why in April we commissioned Refugee Action to support us in the delivery of this programme. And to date we've paid out more than £200,000 to sponsors and £120,000 to Ukrainian guests and carried out over 1,100 safeguarding checks. And we also know that there are demands for our help and statutory services for those who've arrived through that family visa route as well, for whom we don't receive any direct funding support from government. And as the pressures continue to rise over the summer, we decided therefore at Cabinet in September to allocate an additional 1.4 million from our own resources to the Ukraine Response Programme to ensure our systems are as best placed as they can be to provide help and support to those who need it. We did this because it was clear if we didn't, we could open up a whole series of potential risks, not least with regard to the safeguarding of vulnerable people. And this funding shortfall is something that the Leader and I are taking up, along with other councils, with government. As a City of Sanctuary, Lord Mayor, we are very proud to play our part in providing homes and support for those fleeing this appalling war. And I'm sure that all colleagues here today would want to put on record our collective thanks to those Brummies who have stepped up to help, the host families, the voluntary organisations supporting them, our partners and our council staff who've been working flat out to ensure that we provide that safety, support and a warm welcome to our Ukrainian guests here in Birmingham. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Cotton. Understandably, new arrived refugees require support and guidance as they look to make their home in this country. What action has the Council taken to commission new services for Ukrainian refugees?
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In addition to the services we commissioned to support hosts and their guests on their immediate arrival in Birmingham, we've also now taken steps to put in wider help and engagement in place as well. The Council has negotiated free bus passes, valid for 3 months, for Ukrainian citizens who arrive through any of the visa routes, helping them to get around the city and to get settled. And I'm pleased to confirm that over 300 passes have already been distributed to date. I'm also pleased to announce that today we're awarding £270,000 of support to community and voluntary organisations through our Engage for Ukraine grants programme. We received applications from a wide range of community, voluntary and social enterprise organisations helping Ukrainian citizens resettle in Birmingham to navigate their way through the system of support available by providing them with practical information, advice and access to essential services. 14 of the 16 initial bids to this programme were approved, and we'll be working with the 2 unsuccessful bidders to support them to apply for the next tranche of funding. There will also be a second phase of smaller grants of up to £2,000 awarded to micro-organisations who are working with the refugee community for events and activities to help Ukrainians here in Birmingham. I think our city is well known for its warm welcome, and we're proud as a city of sanctuary to have opened our arms to those arriving from the Ukraine and starting new lives here. And this Ukraine grant scheme will help our brilliant community and voluntary groups to further support Ukrainian guests in getting on their feet and becoming part of our big Brummie family. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Berlusconi.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Question for the Cabinet Member for Health and Social Care. Last Wednesday, Birmingham signed the Paris Declaration on fast-track cities, pledging to end the HIV epidemic. And I'm aware, Lord Mayor, that you were signatory to that declaration. Please, can you describe, Cabinet Member, what that means for the city and what action you feel is a priority for us to take forward now to achieve this commitment?
Cabinet Member to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Berlusconi, for the question. Indeed, last week we did sign the Paris Declaration to become part of the global network of fast-track cities and make a commitment to people in Birmingham that we would put them at the heart and the centre of our response. The initiative was launched in Paris on World AIDS Day back in 1994 to drive the elimination of HIV by 2030, and later adopted targets to reduce TB and viral hepatitis, which were also signed up to. It's important that cross-sectoral action is taken in Birmingham, as prevalence rates of blood-borne viruses and TB are higher in Birmingham than in England. One of the most important commitments that we have made, I think, will be to build and accelerate our response to local needs. Nearly 50% of cases in Birmingham are diagnosed too late. The Fast Track City Steering Group have developed a draft action plan and identified that the expansion of testing is a key priority. Benefits to Birmingham are firstly the lives that we will save, but there are also significant cost savings by preventing the new HIV cases. Early diagnosis and treatment will prevent a significant number of new BBV infections, thus avoiding the lifetime costs associated with each new case. Due to effective therapy, partners of the diagnosed person can continue with their normal relationship without fear of infection of the virus being controlled as it's become undetectable. Lifetime healthcare costs saved are estimated at between £180,000 to £360,000 per transmission. Local system cost analysis indicates that the cost to the NHS wider community is saved by preventing 10 transmissions will equate to between £1.8 million and £3.6 million. So I think these are the key priorities for us to take forward with this commitment. And it was, for Lord Mayor, I know you were in attendance at this, and thankfully you signed the declaration on behalf of the City of Birmingham. It was a fantastic commitment to be there with sector partners from all across the health sector, as well as elected members of this council who were there to see the declaration. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I welcome the Cabinet Member's response. I'm sure everyone will agree that every step closer to eliminating HIV is, of course, to be applauded. Can the Cabinet Member tell the Chamber what other impact this initiative might have on other blood-borne viruses?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your supplementary. With respect to the increased diagnosis of hepatitis C and hepatitis B, both conditions currently utilise significant healthcare resources. Early diagnosis of both hepatitis B and C has significant public health benefits by protecting others from infection, both by treating the index case but also allowing vaccination of close contacts. In time, testing and treating these infections will significantly reduce new infections in line with the NHS HIV Action Plan, Hepatitis C Elimination Plan, the World Health Organization Hepatitis B Strategy, and importantly will play a central role in the Birmingham Fast Track City Plus initiative. Public Health England calculated that if all HIV infections diagnosed in 2011 had been prevented, then this would have saved £1.9 billion in lifetime treatment and clinical care costs. As a system, we need to work together to develop our options to increase testing in the healthcare system, as well as outreaching to our most at-risk communities. The Council, the NHS and ICS, along with community partners, can now come together to look at how we can make this happen. Thank you.
Councillor Julian Pritchard.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And my question is for the Cabinet Member for the Environment, Councillor Majid Mahmood. The cross-party working and declaration of the climate emergency was one of the positive aspects of the Council's climate emergency work. So it's been maybe slightly a bit disappointing that since the council elections, we haven't seen much progress on the climate emergency, nor any moves to restart the kind of cross-party working on this issue that we had before. So can the Cabinet Member tell us when, if and when, he's going to restart the Route to Zero Cabinet advisory meetings? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Cabinet Member to respond.
The elected member for the Druids Heath and Moneynhall ward for the question. We did used to have a community assembly that the last meeting was February of this year, and we have written to all the attendees with a newsletter just informing them of the work that we are currently undertaking as a city council, and we've been approached by a number of climate change activists also in the city, and we've informed them that we are working with the third sector and external agencies and people outside of the city in order to see which is the best way going forward in terms of public engagement and engagement with elected members. Councillor Pritchard is aware every month we have a meeting, myself, yourself, Councillor Mariam Jan, although I don't believe she's attended yet, and Councillor Deidre Olden as well on a monthly basis. There's actually a meeting tomorrow morning as well, 9 a.m. It's a Teams meeting. I'm happy to hold them in person as well. And that's when I can update them on the work we're doing. In terms of the committee you're referring to, that will be set up again once we've had the feedback, because we want to make sure that we have meaningful consultation with elected members and the public, because as you said, this is the greatest change that we've seen in our lifetimes, and we need to work together on this to ensure that Birmingham is well placed to support the citizens of this city and the country as a whole as well. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Do you have a supplementary question? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to the Cabinet Member for his reply. So can I have a straight, simple answer to the question? Will he be specifically restarting the Cabinet Advisory Group on a cross-party basis? And how else does he propose, other than the meetings, as he rightly says, we have tomorrow morning, how else is he proposing to ensure the cross-party work on the climate emergency? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Cabinet Member to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Not much to add to my reply to his initial question, I'm afraid. I know people like to see me talk for the full 3 minutes. But just to say, just reiterate the fact that we are going to await on the feedback from the partners and the people outside the city, the professionals in the field, and then get back to getting cracking on with this work in this field, which is very, very important. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Mariam Jan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to Cabinet Member Environment, to Councillor Majid Mahmood. Here is a leaflet for everyone to look at. and it is a leaflet circulated by Labour in my ward promising action on fly tipping cameras, name and shame and other actions. I believe the Cabinet member was active in helping this particular candidate. It now appears that just 10 cameras have been deployed and have gone to Bordesley Green, Bordesley Green, Bordesley Green, Bordesley Green, Aston, Wheely, Nechells, Handsworth and Smallheath. So 6 wards so far. Why are we all waiting for action? And I wasn't there at the last meeting because short notice, education and skills, I was on that meeting, but I shall see you tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Cabinet member to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and can I thank Councillor Mariam Jan for the question. The leaflet you're referring to was probably delivered by one of our candidates in the Perry Bar ward in relation to the fly tipping, how we're going to tackle fly tipping across the city, and we've put in a number of initiatives. In fact, we've set aside £7.2 million in order to tackle the fly tipping, and I'm pleased to announce to the Council that based on the latest data that we've had, that fly tipping has reduced by more or less 50% across the city in different wards, with different impacts in different wards. And I'm absolutely delighted to share with the Chamber the award that we won as Birmingham City Council for Best New Idea from the Local Authority Recycling Advisory Committee for our mobile household recycling centres, which are very well used, and to this date, Lord Mayor, 2,288 tonnes have been collected in residual waste and nearly 100 tonnes in recyclable waste. And we're also working with the manufacturers of the recycling trucks, the much-loved recycling trucks, and with citizens in order to be able to recycle more and clear the fly tipping that's happening across the city. We've got, on the recycling truck, we're going to introduce a compartment, a specialist compartment for green waste, so we're able to recycle the green waste. At the moment, when citizens come to use the mobile trucks, they put it in the normal truck. And we also need to be able to recycle more of the Tetra Pak and paper, increase the compartment for paper, because in lots of parts of the city, there's lots of cardboard that people wish to recycle, and we do still gain considerable amounts of money. It's about £30 a tonne for the cardboard, but don't quote me on those figures, Lord Mayor. I still need to check, because as with everything that's happening, including the gilt marks of interest, the prices are changing on a daily basis. In terms of the actual CCTV, yes, as part of our street initiatives, you are right, Councillor Jan, we have purchased more CCTV, and they are now with the City Council, and they're deployed at the place. So two reasons behind the CCTV. It's not that we can just deploy them anywhere. There has to be credible evidence to show that we would be able to gain evidence in order for a successful prosecution. As you're aware, the burden of proof for fly tipping as a criminal offence is beyond all reasonable doubt, and we need to make sure that we have the enough evidence to be able to prosecute. In terms of Perry Bar Ward, it's an operation decision where these cameras are based. It's not a decision that I can take as a Cabinet member. You're all aware of the Kirkstake review that happened in this city, where Cabinet members shouldn't get involved in operational matters, so we leave it to the officers to determine where best placed the CCTV are. And there are a number of petitions also that have been lodged with the City Council where we're still working through them, the officers are, in terms of allocation of the CCTV in those spots. And all I can suggest is, the more advertising you do of the MHRC, the more hopefully we can eradicate fly tipping, which is a criminal offence.
You're out of time, Councillor.
Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor John?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I do. Labour also promised to publish name and shame videos of people caught on camera. There haven't been any more name and shame videos. What had happened to the 20 million? Labour was deploying against fly tipping, and why is there so much fly tipping on our streets? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Cabinet member to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I thank Councillor Jan for the supplementary question? We don't place fly tipping on the roads. None of us here fly tip. Well, I'm hoping none of us do. If they do, perhaps I will speak to the officer to see if we can get CCTV. Fly tipping is predominant in a lot of the inner city wards. It's not the people to blame. It's the bulk of the fly tipping happens where you get professional, call them, people in vans who basically take £50, £100 to take items, and then they'll just, instead of using the normal waste disposal scheme, they'll just dump that on the streets. They're the people that we're trying to catch with the CCTV. And the City Council has been very, very successful. In my own ward of Bromford and Hodghill, about a year and a half ago, we did actually catch someone, and there was a significant fine that was levied to that individual. And and that's going to continue. We're going to keep trying to catch the people who are fly tipping. We're also, in order to tackle the fly tipping, I forgot to mention in the earlier response, because I didn't have enough time, 3 minutes is definitely not enough to talk about rubbish. We're going to start blitzing the wards in the sense that we're going to send out crews. So at the moment, you've got the SAT crews who are picking up the bags on flats above shops. You've got the fly tipping crews who are picking up the fly tipping, and we've actually doubled the number of fly tipping crews across the city. That's a Labour decision that was taken. We've got the alleyway crews who are cleaning the alleyways. We've cleared 327 alleyways. There's another 124 left. Those are the city council alleyways. We're also working residents group. We had a brilliant example in Quinton, Councillor Rainbow and Councillor Forsyth, where it was a private alleyway. It was a long-standing issue with fly tipping in that alleyway. We worked with a community. It was a community-led operation, because we're not going to go and clear private alleyways for people unless the community want us to place the resources. As cabinet member, I can take the decision to place resources where I feel there is a good reason for doing so. And whenever residents come to us and need our support, we'd be more than happy to provide that support to them. And the fly tipping is still going to, I really don't know how to answer this in the sense that how can I give you a guarantee or a commitment that we can bring it to zero. There's always going to be idiots that fly tip. In my ward, last year there was a person who was a licensed driver with a taxi firm. They came out of the car, and I had footage from one of the residents, and they took a mattress from the boot and they threw it onto the pavement next to the Brockhurst Road playing fields. And then the other occupant in the car came out, and she was eating, I think it was a bag of crisps or something, and she actually used the bin and deposited the bag of crisps that was left in, which was really good of her, thank you for that. But we managed to take action because the taxi company that the driver was licensed with took action. They took firm action, and he basically had to find another job. But we are working with Keep Britain Tidy. Just to get back to your question, we are working with Keep Britain Tidy, and you will see some naming and shaming of individuals that we catch in the city of fly tip, and hopefully that will send a clear example to everyone that Birmingham is not a grot spot for fly tip, and we all need to work together to tackle it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Phil Davis.
Do you mean me?
Phil Davis.
Do you mean me?
You've pressed the right button, yeah? Right. Councillor Eros. Stand up and explain.
Oh, you've pressed the wrong button. Okay,
No,
go ahead.
I've pressed the left one, which is me. Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Cabinet Member for Transport, Councillor Clements. I'm concerned about the safety of our children travelling to and from school in Birmingham, and particularly in my ward, Billesley. There are the obvious traffic concerns like inconsiderate or illegal parking and lack of crossings, but there is also the more hidden danger of air pollution damaging our children's lungs. What is the Labour Council doing to make travelling to schools safer and healthier for all our children, and particularly for children in Billesley?
Cabinet Member to respond.
Waiting a while to ask this question. It's a really important one, and I thank you for asking it. And changing the way that children travel to school in this city is a priority for this council. It's about looking at active travel, walking, cycling and scooting to school, and improving the air quality and road safety around schools. So I've been to a number of local meetings in schools and at ward forums recently, and virtually every school that I've visited or had information about is subject to a parking nightmare and a free-for-all outside the school. So I really would urge every single ward member in this chamber to get involved with your local schools, talk to them about signing up to the ModeShift STARS scheme, which is a council scheme which will help every school come up with a sustainable travel plan. And the importance of joining up to ModeShift STARS is that ModeShift STARS is the gateway to becoming a car-free school street, because we have got some resources from the net surplus revenue from the clean air zone charges, and we're dedicating that to setting up car-free school streets. And that's an arrangement which stops people other than residents driving onto the roads by schools at school start time and school finish time. And I think it's been a hugely successful initiative, and I want as many schools as possible to join in. But as I say, before you can become a car-free school street and go through that application process, the school needs to first become part of the ModeShift STARS scheme. And I would at this point just like to say that a couple of weeks ago I had an absolutely inspirational visit to Grendon Primary School, which is in Councillor Higgs' ward. There's a lot of praise there for the positive interaction with Councillor Higgs and his support for the school. But in that school, they've got the children involved in all sorts of road safety initiatives. They've designed posters encouraging drivers to slow down. Those are on display outside the school. And they've also got one of the air quality monitors, which again have been installed with funding support from the net surplus revenue from the clean air charging zone. And that air quality monitor shows pupils and more importantly parents what the quality of air is around the school, and is a tool to help people consider changing their behaviour and walking and cycling with their children to school. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
Keeps going in the wrong. Thank you. I don't know why. Anyway, thank you so much for that, Councillor Clements. I love that you're wanting to encourage children to walk and cycle and scoot to school, but many parents say they don't have the time to walk their children to school and still get to work on time. What suggestions does the Council have to tackle this significant barrier?
Cabinet Member to respond.
Councillor Ero, and you and I have discussed this before at length, and I'm very aware of the practical difficulties that parents face if they've got children in more than one school. And I think there's a discussion to be had with each individual school about some flexibility on drop-off times for children in the morning in particular. But I suppose I would just come back to this point that every single decision that's made by a parent who decides to drive their child to school is just exacerbating the problem. So most of the schools that I visited recently have quite small travel to areas. Talked about a school in Ward End recently, one in Sparkbrook, and there's a traffic nightmare outside each of those schools, but really most pupils are travelling from probably 500 metres or a kilometre to that school. So I think we've really got to try and look at making it safe and pleasant to walk to schools. And that's where I come back to the importance of car-free school streets and the route into those, which is by joining up to mode shift stars. So please, do get the schools in your wards involved in that scheme. It can really be transformational.
Thank you. Councillor Colin Green.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to ask a question to the Cabinet Member for Transport. The biggest complaint we get in Sheldon Ward by far is about speeding and antisocial driving. Could the Cabinet Member look into the possibility of extending the average speed cameras as far as Sheldon, please? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Cabinet Member to respond.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the question. And I think, again, all of us as local councillors are very concerned about speeding, dangerous driving in our wards. As you'll be aware, that the average speed camera system is a police system operated by the police. We would very much like to take that system over and extend it. And that would mean that we would also get the fees from the penalties that are issued. The budgets nationally for speed cameras, other than average speed cameras, were cut by the Conservative government in 2012. So I think that tells you something about a commitment on road safety. And I think this Labour-led council is totally committed to improving road safety. And someone mentioned earlier, I think in the petitions, the need to update the road safety strategy for the council. And that is underway. And I want that to be driven by Vision Zero. And that is reducing to zero serious accidents and fatalities on our roads, because every death in a road accident is a tragedy for the family involved and someone taken before their time, and we shouldn't be seeing that on Birmingham's roads. But on speed cameras, we're negotiating with the police, and I hope that we can actually eventually take over the average speed enforcement camera system. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Could I ask the Cabinet Member to respond to the local police team then, who have also said that their top complaint in the ward is about speeding, and have asked the council to extend average speed cameras to Sheldon? Thank you.
Cabinet Member to respond.
I'm slightly puzzled by that, because speeding enforcement is entirely a matter for the police at the moment, and they own that average speed enforcement camera system. So I can't explain why they gave you that answer, but it's not one that I particularly understand. Thank you.
Thank you. The final section under oral questions is for the questions from councillors other than Cabinet members to the Leader or Deputy Leader. One supplementary question is allowed. The time for this section is 20 minutes. Can I call Councillor Robert Alden?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a question for the Leader of the Council. The Birmingham Mail recently highlighted that complaints to Birmingham City Council have risen to over 26,000 in the last year. This is equal to 3 times the amount of complaints per 1,000 people when compared to other major cities like Manchester and Leeds. While satisfaction rates of the council are lower than the public sector average, clearly this is totally unacceptable and Birmingham residents deserve council services that are delivered properly. Therefore, when is the council leader going to get a grip of this decade of failure and ensure residents get better quality services in the city so complaints come down?
Cabinet member.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I don't accept the assertion that people in this city are not getting value for money or good quality services. What has not helped, of course, in the period since 2010 has been the government-led austerity programme that has been applied across the country. And just to remind Councillor Alden, in case he has forgotten, this local authority has lost in excess of £750 million in real terms as a result of government austerity. The number of complaints, he's quite correct, has increased to 26,000. That's up on last year. One of the issues here is that we've now introduced a centralised system for registering and recording complaints. So that is giving us a very accurate count on the number of complaints coming in. We did not have that 12 months ago when the number was given out at 18,000. Notwithstanding that, we are now using complaints to inform service improvement and to drive the improvement to deliver better services in all of the areas that the council operates. And myself and the Deputy Leader are keeping a very close eye on progress with that, and I anticipate that the volume of complaints will start to come down in the very near future.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you. And it's the greatest hits that are Leader being rolled out there, blaming austerity for things, almost like he's forgotten that in the run-up to the elections only a few months ago, Councillor Ian Ward was proudly telling residents in Birmingham that in his view the council's finances were the best they'd been for the last 30 years, which perhaps indicates that the money is not the issue for the council in this situation. The Birmingham Mail also reported the peak of these complaints had not yet been reached, with the complaints rising by over 10,000 last year after a decade of Labour running Birmingham, despite numerous external commissioners and reviews into the council calling for cultural change. Despite Labour reviewing the complaint system in 2019, service changes in 2021, we still had a record 26,000 complaints and rising last year. Birmingham City Council recently admitted at scrutiny that a culture change was needed for its 11,000 employees to provide a basic level of customer care. Can the Leader of the Council tell us why he's going to deliver this change now and why he didn't deliver it over the last 10 years?
Councillor Ward to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I believe I've already given the answer to that, and that is that we've introduced a centralised system for recording and registering complaints, and that is now giving us the data that's allowing us to drive improvement through the complaints that we actually receive. Councillor Alden's quite right that I was in the lead-up to the local elections, and I would repeat it now beyond the elections, that we are in one of the strongest financial positions we've been in over the last 30 years. And the reason for that is that this Labour Council has built up the reserves position of the local authority, and it's fortunate for the city and the people of Birmingham that we've done that, given the worrying noises coming out of government at the moment that in order to pay for the tax giveaway to their wealthy friends, all the rest of us are now going to have to suffer service cuts going forward that will amount to several tens of billions of pounds. I hope that the Prime Minister once again U-turns on this matter, because it's certainly a mistake for this city and this country to see further service cuts.
Councillor Lee Marsham.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This summer, our city played host to the Birmingham 2022 Commonwealth Games. Birmingham 2022 showed the world everything our great city has to offer, and the sport was superb too. I was fortunate to see at close quarters the hard work of staff, partners and volunteers who helped deliver an incredible games. Will the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward, join me in thanking all who made the games a success?
Councillor Ward to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Marsham. You are absolutely right. The Birmingham 2022 Commonwealth Games showcased everything that we have to be proud of in our city. The 14,000 volunteers in particular, known as the Commonwealth Collective, were the beating heart of Birmingham 2022, helping to guide spectators around our venues and across the city. And I am extremely grateful to all of them and to the thousands of unsung heroes who kept our streets clean, our transport moving, our restaurants, bars and shops fully stocked, and our city safe. Likewise, the people behind the scenes, both at the organising committee, the council, and all of the partners who helped us to deliver the games, this was an immense collective effort, and everyone who was involved in any way should be proud of what we achieved together. The most successful Commonwealth Games ever to take place in the United Kingdom. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I believe the Games will be a great springboard for our city, the start of a golden decade. Can Councillor Ian Ward update the Council on what other major events might come to the city in the years to come?
Councillor Ward to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We have shown the world what we are capable of as a city, and I am delighted that Birmingham will be bidding to host the European Athletics Championships in 2026, which will bring more investment to our city and help to cement Alexander Stadium as the best athletic stadium in the country. We've also been shortlisted as a host city for the Men's UEFA European Football Championships in partnership with Aston Villa. We're in discussions about hosting the Invictus Games, and we are talking to the Rugby Football Union about the Women's Rugby World Cup. In the meantime, I'm excited that we will be hosting the World Blind Games and the Trampoline and Tumbling Gymnastics World Championships next year, which will further boost the sporting profile of the city. The truth is, Lord Mayor, ours is a city on the up. People questioned me when I said that we should host the Commonwealth Games. They said that we couldn't afford to do it. Well, the way that I look upon that now is that it's clear that we couldn't afford not to have hosted the Commonwealth Games. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ewan Mackey.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. My question is to Ian Ward, Leader of the Council. The Nolan principles that we all signed up to in May include integrity, accountability and honesty. And as we've heard earlier on today, the Labour councillor for Alan Cross removed something from a Birmingham bar without permission. Does this meet the Nolan principles?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Mackey, like the rest of us, would have heard the answer given by Councillor Deakin a little earlier on in this meeting. As he explained, this matter has been investigated by the Labour Party nationally, and they have dealt with the matter. I have nothing further to add.
Do you have a supplementary?
Lord Mayor, I think it's shameful, really. I think you are Leader of the Council. You are responsible for this council. We're talking about a councillor here who has basically brought the council into disrepute. And I feel the message that you give as the Leader of the Council to councillors and to officers that people can take things that don't belong to them, and as long as a private backdoor Labour meeting is held and you hold it and an answer comes out that's satisfactory to yourselves, you feel that's okay. I shall ask you, could you please report this to standards? Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Ward to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I can only repeat that this matter has been dealt with by the Labour Party nationally. I've nothing much further to add to that, but of course it is always open to anyone, including Councillor Mackey, if he feels it's necessary to report a matter to the Standards Committee. As far as any further action on this, that would be at the behest of the person whose property was removed in the first instance, and I don't believe the owner of the venue wishes to take any further action. Thank you.
Councillor Fred Grinrod.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is for the Deputy Leader, Councillor Bridget Jones. Does Councillor Jones agree with me that it is a disgrace that the West Midlands Mayor continues to fail local transport workers by refusing to ensure that they are paid a decent wage? And will she join me in supporting the industrial action taken by the Unite branch at West Midlands Metro? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Cabinet Member to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Grinrod
for his question. As a public transport user myself, I know how hard they work across 10 years, and particularly on the Metro in a public-facing role. And I do agree that the Metro workers deserve pay parity with others across the country doing the same role as them, particularly at this very tough economic time. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Do you have a supplementary?
Lord Mayor, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Leader. I would therefore ask if you're prepared to write to the Mayor of the West Midlands Metro in support of the Unite members and their reasonable demands. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Cabinet Member to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Very happy to do so, to write to the Mayor and the Chief Executive on this issue, and also to further meet with Unite to understand some of the issues that I know that their members are facing. Thank you.
Councillor Julian Pritchard.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Leader of the Council. With the government's announcement that the West Midlands conurbation will be one of the new enterprise zones, and given that Birmingham City Council is about to consult on its new local plan, does he share my concerns that the enterprise zones could, in the West Midlands could result in a planning free-for-all? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Ward to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I believe, in actual fact, the intention of the government is to call these zones investment zones rather than enterprise zones. But like Councillor Pritchard, I am very concerned about what the government is saying about further relaxing planning laws and planning policies in this country. I believe it can lead to disjointed development across the city. I'm also very concerned about them talking about relaxing the environmental standards that apply. So although we have submitted an expression of interest for an investment zone based on the east of Birmingham and North Solihull, depending on where the government land on the relaxation around planning and environmental regulations in particular, we might have to take a very delicate decision about how we move things forward. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to the Leader for his response. Would he, as the West Midlands Mayor has seemed to have been very supportive of these proposals, without the caveats that he himself has just given in his response, be willing to write to the West Midlands Mayor to outline these concerns to ensure that what he's saying doesn't happen? And could he also outline what else he is doing to ensure that Birmingham has a planning system that promotes sustainable development in the future and doesn't end with planning freefall? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Ward to respond.
Well, just on that latter point, the City Council always responds to consultations that come out of the government about changes to planning regulations, and we will continue to do so, and we'll continue to make representations to government that there should be restrictions on inappropriate development in inappropriate places, and that will remain the case going forward. On the first issue about writing to the Mayor, I'm more than happy to write to the Mayor. I'm also happy to speak to him, as things would have it. Would you believe this? He's invited me out for a drink on Monday night of next week, so I'm happy to take this matter up with him on that occasion. Thank you.
Councillor Richard Parkin.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Leader of the Council. On January the 22nd, 2019, Birmingham City Council Cabinet approved a white paper working together in Birmingham's neighbourhoods. This policy statement set out the City Council's commitment to making Birmingham a localist city and outlined the principles and processes of implementing local devolution deals with parish councils. Whilst Royal Sutton Coldfield Town Council has consistently pushed for the transfer of various assets and services, the only physical asset that has been successfully transferred to the Royal Town since 2016 is a war memorial in Warmley, and that's it in 6 years. So when is the City Council going to step up and deliver on its own localism promises in the White Paper and engage in meaningful and productive discussions with Royal Sutton Coldfield Town Council to facilitate the transfer of assets from Birmingham to the Royal Town?
Councillor Ward to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I regularly meet with the Leader of the Parish Council in Sutton Coldfield, along with the Town Clerk for the Parish Council. And we constantly discuss issues around devolving a number of assets to the responsibility of the Parish Council, allotment sites being the key one, because, of course, allotment sites are the one asset named in the legislation that should be passed down to parish councils. Unfortunately, there have been a number of legal issues that have delayed the transfer of some of these assets. And of course, the main thing or subject of discussion between myself and the parish council is the matter of Sutton Park. And Sutton Park is a huge responsibility. It would be immensely complicated to transfer such an asset to a small council like Sutton Parish Council. And we will continue to have dialogue on these matters, but I'm not hopeful that there is the expertise within the parish council to take on such an asset at this time.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
Yes, please. Thank you, Lord Mayor. The 2019 White Paper also stated that the City Council remains as committed as ever to the goal of helping local neighbourhoods and communities to have more influence over the services and the decisions that affect their lives. To achieve this, the White Paper goes on to say that the City Council will offer a comprehensive agreement on services and assets that will be transferred, and that it will continue to work with Royal Sutton Coldfield Town Council to develop a devolution deal. So 3.5 years later, I would like to ask on behalf of the residents of Reddycap and across the wider Royal Town of Sutton Coldfield, where is this comprehensive agreement and when will a devolution deal be forthcoming?
Councillor Ward to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Well, there has been a devolution deal between the City Council and Sutton Coldfield Parish Council, but as I indicated earlier, there have been a number of legal matters that have prevented further asset transfers from proceeding at the pace that Councillor Parkin no doubt would desire, and indeed the Parish Council would have desired.
Thank you. I call Councillor Lauren Rainbow.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Quinton, the ward that I represent, was recently part of Birmingham City Council's levelling up bid for the Edgbaston constituency, with a community hub plan for the site of the closed Quinton Police Station, providing support for local engagement, training and reskilling. I'd like to ask the leader of the council, Councillor Ian Ward, to update the council on what work has been done to promote this bid.
Councillor Ward to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. This is a very, very interesting initiative. Birmingham City Council has partnered with Warwickshire County Cricket Club to formally launch the bid to the government's Levelling Up Fund for a new master plan to transform the area around Edgbaston Stadium and to fund a second community hub at the former police station site in Quinton. This is a very ambitious bid which would use £20 million to transform the area around Edgbaston Stadium, addressing health and wellbeing challenges and boosting employment. But crucially, the second hub in Quinton would spread the benefits of this Levelling Up Fund bid to the edge of the city, improving sporting facilities in that area, reskilling local residents and improving health and wellbeing. As well as having the full backing of Warwickshire County Cricket Club, this bid has the support of Edgbaston MP, Preet Gill. We've made a really strong case to government backed by the community, and I will continue to use my voice to promote this excellent bid, and I hope we'll be getting some good news out of the government shortly.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Ward. It seems that our new government is taking a new approach to levelling up, arguing that tax cuts and deregulation are the best way to deliver improved life chances for people and communities. Does the leader of the council agree with me that this is a concerning change of direction from the government?
Councillor Ward to respond.
Indeed, I do agree that there has been a worrying change of direction from the new government since taking office. I've made it clear on several occasions that you cannot level up the United Kingdom without levelling up Birmingham. And this cannot be done without the public and private sectors working hand in hand to deliver investment, jobs and infrastructure. The truth is, tax cuts alone will do nothing to lift the people out of poverty and into well-paid work. I was at the Labour Party conference last month and there was plenty of talk about levelling up at that conference. So I would suggest that if the Tory government is going to drop the levelling up agenda, then the Labour government in waiting is ready to pick it up again. Thank you.
Councillor David Pearce.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is for the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward. Are you satisfied with the resources within the Legal Services Department?
Councillor Ward to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. don't believe I can give an answer to that currently. I have been in discussion with the new city solicitor about the legal services department within the City Council. I've expressed some concerns about the way legal services currently operate, and I'm continuing that dialogue with the City Solicitor with a view to bringing forward an improvement plan in the future.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I appreciate the answer from the Leader of the Council. We've heard a number of questions today which seem to lead us back to legal services and the lack of resources, in particular the questions from Councillor Parkin about the issues and devolution and assets. So any work that can be done to speed those up would be much appreciated. So, thank you.
Councillor Ward for response.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I can understand why Councillor Pears, who also, of course, represents the ward in Sutton Coldfield, has said what he has just said. Thank you.
Councillor Nicky Brannan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This summer, we saw a wonderful celebration of sport here in our city, but also across the country, with our Lionesses bringing football home, with the European Championships on home soil. Will the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward, join me in saying congratulations to the Lionesses in their incredible victory?
Councillor Ward to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. What a brilliant patriotic summer it was. And Lionesses kick-started the sporting celebrations by, as Councillor Brennan has pointed out, bringing football home. I, of course, join her in congratulating the Lionesses on their achievements, and I know that they have inspired a new generation of girls, and indeed boys, to take up the beautiful game. I also, Lord Mayor, wish the Lionesses every success in next year's World Cup. Come on, England.
Do you have a supplementary?
Lord Mayor. Councillor Ward, I think you're totally right by saying that the Lionesses have inspired a new generation, including my 8-year-old daughter Layla, who was picked for her school football team last week. What do you think we can do as a council to help more girls take up the sport?
Councillor Ward to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. And first of all, Councillor Brandt, congratulations to your daughter. I hope she has a long and fulfilling career in the sport of football. Birmingham is, of course, home to 2 excellent women's football teams at Aston Villa and Birmingham City. And with a young, diverse population, I hope that our city can become a hub for the women's game in the years ahead. As a council, our hosting of the Commonwealth Games will deliver a legacy of better grassroots sport in our city, with communities across Birmingham benefiting from new and improved sporting facilities. As well as providing new facilities, we must continue to work to break down the social barriers that hold girls back from getting involved in sport and ensure that our schools give everyone the opportunity to get involved in sport. There's also, Lord Mayor, a campaign called Let Girls Play, which aims to give all girls equal access to football by 2024, and I wholeheartedly support that campaign. Thank you.
Councillor John Hunt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm aware this is the first council meeting since the Games. I'm sure the leader hasn't had enough opportunities to celebrate the success of them, because they were phenomenally successful, while they're not. Events were packed, crowds were cheerful, everybody had a good time, and frankly, in my ward, the visitors were lovely. They were very well behaved. Could the leader tell us, and could he confirm his written answer to me at the last meeting, which we didn't have, that we actually, the Games actually sold 200,000 more tickets than were expected? And is there an estimate for how much that has brought in terms of cash?
Leader to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. First of all, can I thank Councillor Hunt for recognising that his forecast before the Games of doom and gloom and disaster did not come to fruition. On the issue of ticket sales, I can confirm there's a written question down. If he wants to leaf through the answers, he'll see that the forecast for ticket sales that was made prior to the pandemic was for sales of 1.3 million. In the event, some 1.5 million tickets were sold for the Birmingham Commonwealth Games, making our Games the most successful Commonwealth Games ever held in the United Kingdom. Obviously, there will be a financial number attached to those additional 200,000 ticket sales. I don't, off the top of my head, know what that number is, but I can find out for him and send it to him in writing. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary?
I may, Lord Mayor, and my question is not really to challenge him to find an example of me citing doom and gloom before the games, but I seem to remember moving an amendment welcoming all the visitors just before the games at this council meeting. My question is around the legacy fund, because this was announced last week, I think, £60 million underspend, and there seems a lack of clarity as to who's running this, a government, Birmingham City Council, or West Midlands Combined Authority. Pleased to hear the leader talking about investing in local sporting facilities. Would he support me in suggesting that really we need a localised capital fund for every neighbourhood in our community to get facilities going? 100,000 per councillor, fund of only £10 million, 100,000 per councillor. You could do more possibly with the amount of surplus, but a fund in every community to enable those facilities, whatever they may be, community centres, maybe mental sports, libraries, whatever facilities need capital to get those into our...
Councillor, you're out of time. Thank you. Leader to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. As Councillor Hunt points out, there is an underspend on the Commonwealth Games. It's the first time I can ever recall a government project being delivered on time and actually under budget. That simply never, ever happens. But here in this city, we've managed to achieve precisely that. So we are in talks with DCMS and Treasury about how that £60 million underspend is going to be allocated going forward. Of course, the City Council, we were contributors of 25% of the overall budget, so as a minimum, we're entitled to 25% of that underspend. But we're also talking to DCMS about the other 75% and our ambitions, particularly around grassroots sport and grassroots cultural activity right across the city, involving all of our neighbourhoods. And we'd like to invest some £5 million in both of those grassroots initiatives. In respect of a localised fund, I believe we are going to be debating that a little later on this afternoon, given the motions that are down. And you will hear, Councillor Hunt, the response from this side of the chamber in that debate. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is appointments by the City Council. Are there any updates in terms of nominations? Is that agreed?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. On behalf of my group, I propose the following change. Councillor Deborah Harris to replace Councillor Marian Jan on Commonwealth Games, Culture and Physical Activity Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you. We will now receive a report.
Sorry, Lord Mayor. Councillor Hughes. Councillor Hughes is also...
Hello, sorry I missed you, didn't stand up quick enough.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I ask, Lord Mayor, that Mr Guy Horden be appointed as Vice Chair of SACRE, the Standing Advisory Committee on Religious Education? Thank you.
Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you. We will now receive a report of the City Solicitor in relation to the appointment of members to the Independent Remuneration Panel. The time for this item is 5 minutes. Could I ask those of you who want to speak to push your microphone button once so that you appear on my screen? I call upon the leader, Councillor Ian Ward, to move the recommendation.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. As you will very much be aware, we have had an independent remuneration panel here at Birmingham City Council from 2001. So it's a long-established panel, and it has served us well over that period of time. It is made up of 4 citizen representatives, 2 appointed panel members, where preference is given to candidates representing the trade unions and business, and 2 co-opted panel members drawn from former councillors of the City Council who are no longer members of the council. There are currently 2 vacancies. One is for a citizen rep and the other is for an appointed rep. So the report in front of council this afternoon recommends that Catherine McManus is appointed the citizen representative and that Rob Johnston is made the appointed representative for the period through to the 13th of September 2026. And Lord Mayor, I so move.
Is that seconded? Okay. to do that? Very quietly. We will now vote on the motion. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. We will now receive a report of the Chair of the West Midlands Combined Authorities Overview and Scrutiny Committee, which provides summary of the work of the West Midlands Combined Authorities Overview and Scrutiny Committee during 2021 and 2022, as well as its planned work programme, that is, for 2022-2023. The time for this item is 20 minutes. Could I ask those of you who want to speak to push your microphone button once so that you appear on my screen? I call upon Councillor Lauren Rainbow to move the recommendation.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to begin by thanking the Chair of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee for 2021 to 2022, Councillor Cathy Bayton, for writing this comprehensive report covering the committee's activities over the past year, and to the Scrutiny Officer Lindsay Roberts for her work on behalf of members to support the work programme and advocate on behalf of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee across the West Midlands Combined Authority. This committee, of which I'm proud to have been a member since I was elected in May, has undertaken robust scrutiny over the past year, working on a cross-party basis to hold the WMCA and the Mayor to account. I'd like to thank all the former members of this committee, including Councillors Lisa Trickett, Liz Clements, and former Councillor Peter Fowler, for their hard work and dedication. It is this attitude which I know the new Birmingham representatives of this scrutiny committee will be looking to match in order to further the important work that has already taken place. I would also like to thank the Leader and Deputy Leader of Birmingham City Council, Councillor Ian Ward and Councillor Bridget Jones, for the invaluable roles that they play as portfolio holders on the WMCA. Lord Mayor, in the last year, the committee has undertaken public mayoral Q&A sessions structured around accountability and investment, with questions focusing on the key challenges for the West Midlands region, including the Levelling Up White Paper and the West Midlands Plan for Growth. Indeed, the committee has supported the establishment of a new Economic Growth Board. This board aims to provide strategic oversight of the region's approach to driving economic growth, particularly with a view to inclusive growth. This is a vital strand of growing the region's economy. If we think of inclusive growth, it is telling us that we know inequalities exist across the region. And so this is exactly what a regional plan for growth must tackle. If it does not address these differences and simply heightens them, it is failing. A key focus for the committee has also been the delivery of affordable and social housing across the region. This is of real importance, now more than ever. We are in the midst of a national housing crisis, for which Birmingham is no exception, and with the cost of living continuing to worsen, it puts more and more families at risk of becoming homeless. As such, a scrutiny panel was established to examine the role and remit of the WMCA to deliver affordable and, most importantly, social housing. This looked at the use of devolved housing and land funds and considered how this supported the responsibilities of constituent authorities. The panel interviewed key witnesses to build understanding and identified 4 key challenges. These then fed into the 8 recommendations which were put forward to the WMCA board to help address the housing need within the region. These recommendations must be followed through. It's how we respond to the needs of communities. It's how we can push forward the commitment to challenge viability assessments and provide a framework for the provision of safe and secure accommodation. Another area of focus for the committee over the past year has been air quality. The committee has been looking at the Environment Act 2021 and discussing how the WMCA could follow the lead that has been taken by constituent authorities, such as Birmingham City Council. Our Route to Zero action plan includes bold policies like the Clean Air Zone and seeks to introduce new active travel measures. And these are vital. This offers a clear vision for our city. Now the challenge has been put to the WMCA by the Scrutiny Committee to replicate this strong leadership and to ask how they can add value and share the best practice being set by this council. Again, a panel was established to review the Environment Bill as it progressed through Parliament. The Air Quality Options paper provided a summary of interventions that could be adopted, and these have been presented to the WMCA board. Most importantly, members have been scrutinising the proposed response to the government's Trailblazer devolution deal. This emphasised the importance of community engagement and is a crucial piece of work. As elected members, we understand what is needed at a local level and how devolved power could make the biggest impact in our wards and in our city. Members have a keen interest in any potential powers to be devolved to the WMCA arising out of a future devolution deal. That's why we collectively gave a commitment to set up working groups to support this work over the summer. while the work being done by the Combined Authority Scrutiny Committee has continued to look into the necessary detail of this Trailblazer deal, Lord Mayor, I'm deeply concerned at the reports that the new government may be about to drop the Trailblazer bill from Parliament and abandon the Levelling Up White Paper entirely. This would not only be a worry at a regional level, but for our city and the people we in this City Council represent. 5 areas across Birmingham have the backing of this council and their MPs for the Levelling Up funding that would see many lives changed. For example, in my own ward of Quinton, Levelling Up funding would mean so much to our community. In light of this, we must hope that the government still believes in the concept and commitment of true levelling up. Lord Mayor, the work of the West Midlands Combined Authority Scrutiny Committee is a vital stream in ensuring that the lives of those across the region are being duly supported, particularly during this economic hardship. As the report notes, this year the committee will continue a strong focus on whether the policies, investments and actions of the WMCA continue to be of benefit to all communities within the West Midlands. This is something that the Birmingham representatives of this committee continue to press and remains of the utmost importance. Thank you, colleagues. I remove the report.
I call upon Councillor Karen McCarthy to second. Is it not?
That's what we were told.
Yeah.
I'm happy to move this, second this formally. I'm actually moving the next item.
Right,
rather
we've
than
informed you
seconding this
you were
one.
actually seconding this. That's acceptable, thank you. I have 2 members that have indicated that they would like to speak. Can I call Councillor Lisa Trickett?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Rainbow, for your comments. And could I also extend my thanks and gratitude to the officers, in particular Lindsay Roberts, for putting up with me for so long, and also Cathy Baton, who remains the chair and who it was absolutely fantastic to be able to work with. Can I say that in terms of this region, we are a large, complex region. We have many communities that are still struggling with past transitions, be that deindustrialisation, casualisation, and now they are facing the onslaught of the effects of Brexit, automation, and indeed the challenge of zero carbon. Those communities are fragile and vulnerable. They are now exposed to a government that is hell-bent on wrecking our economy, and never before has our ability as a council to scrutinise government policy across every spatial scale been more needed if we are to protect the communities we've been elected to serve. We cannot measure growth by the cranes in the sky or the trams that sometimes run or don't run. We have to measure growth in actually the difference it makes to the communities we serve and the lives of the people within it, the abilities of the businesses to sustain the transitions and grow and compete locally and globally. We cannot measure growth just in terms of GVA. And if that makes me a member of the Anti-Growth Coalition, bring it on, I want to be part of it. What we have now with a mayor is a mayor who talks inclusive growth but doesn't actually understand what it requires. He doesn't understand how you have to reflect the different needs and requirements of our communities, the huge assets and skills that are there. We reflect on the fact that the mayor likes to hear about high value added jobs, high skilled jobs. We have people with immense skills across this chamber. They are just not the formally recognised skills that the boys in the suits so easily prefer to look at. I know from working with members here that we have successful business people who can make a huge difference to our region. But at the moment, they don't feature in our government's growth plans. What we actually have to do is we have to look at growth, but we have to balance that growth with the need to drive down inequality and actually provide life chances to the region. We have to deliver growth, but actually understand how we achieve that growth in terms of a climate and ecological crisis. What we absolutely cannot do is follow what Truss & Co are currently proposing for our country and region. Investment zones, as they are set out, in the words of that great revolutionary body, the RSPB, are a war on nature. They are absolutely going to be a damage to our communities, to our ecosystems, and actually what we all take as the places that we absolutely love. We have to absolutely ensure through our scrutiny functions, through the progress and policies that our executive take to government, that we are truly taking forward a response that is responsive and reflects the needs of our community and not the corporate greed that this government is so ready to meet.
I now call Councillor Timothy Huxtable.
Follow that. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. As a member of the Transport Delivery Committee of the Combined Authority, indeed as the lead member for Rail and Metro, I'm very pleased to speak in this debate. But first of all, we've heard already moving tributes to Councillor Mohammed Isim this afternoon, who did serve on the Transport Delivery Committee. And I would like to say to Councillor B that the TDC paid tribute to him, his memory and his service at yesterday's meeting of the TDC. Now, while I've never served on the Combined Authority Overview and Scrutiny Committee, having served on scrutiny here at Birmingham City Council, I fully appreciate the added value that scrutiny can provide, both in its role as a critical friend and in its oversight role. The West Midlands Combined Authority, as the largest and one of the most complex combined authorities in the UK, covers a huge geographical area with a population of almost 3 million people. To achieve its strategic objectives and aims on transport, on economic growth, on jobs and adult skills, on housing development and on the environment, the West Midlands Combined Authority has to be focused on delivery. The Overview and Scrutiny Committee has an important role in providing this focus and holding to account, in particular, the elected Mayor Andy Street and all the portfolio holders on the Transport Delivery Committee. Now, personally, I believe this focus has spurred the Combined Authority to deliver a very successful Commonwealth Games, not just within the sites of Birmingham that we've heard about, the Alexander Stadium, Edgbaston Cricket Ground, etc., Sutton Park, but also across the West Midlands in Wolverhampton, in Sandwell, the NEC in Solihull, and will provide that golden legacy that we've talked about and heard so much about. And it's delivered on the refurbishment of the railway stations at Perry Bar and the continuing refurbishment of the railway station at University. It's delivering on 3 new stations along the Camp Hill line at Moseley Village, Kingsheath and Pineapple Road here in Birmingham. The first new railway stations in Birmingham since the mid-90s and the opening of the Jewellery Quarter. But also it's delivering on 2 new railway stations along the reopened Wolverhampton to Walsall line at Willenhall and Darlaston. It's delivering on new metro extensions, the first since the metro was actually built in the 90s, between Snow Hill and New Street and Edgbaston Village. And I know that travelling on it yesterday, members were actually saying how wonderful the service was. Between Snow Hill and Digbeth via Eastside, and across the wider West Midlands between Wednesbury and Briley Hill. To deliver spring buses along the A34 Walsall Road and the A45 Coventry Road. To deliver new electric buses in Coventry and new hydrogen buses in Birmingham. To deliver on the regeneration of brownfield sites with the Brownfield First policy to provide that affordable social housing we heard about in Councillor Rainbow's speech. To deliver on the jobs and adult skills agenda. To deliver on the environment agenda, including the implementation of our Route to Zero and air quality targets, and where relevant, the implementation of the Environment Act within the West Midlands. With hopefully the announcement of a trailblazing devolution deal, referred to in the report before us today, and successful levelling up fund bids, which we've also heard about, not just the one in Edgbaston, but also in Northfield and in Erdington, with the creation of new investment zones across the West Midlands, as outlined in the Government's Growth Plan, and with the confirmation of new transport investment in both the City Region Sustainable Transport Fund scheme and the Growth Plan, such as the Hagley Road Rapid Transit and the Birmingham and the Bus Service Improvement Plan retrofit programme, I hope that the ONS Committee will continue to provide their invaluable role and function of ensuring the WMCA, under the leadership of an excellent Mayor Andy Street, continues to deliver on its priorities to secure economic benefits for as many of our citizens in Birmingham and across the West Midlands. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
I call Councillor Bridget Jones.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I thank the members of the Scrutiny Committee, past and present, for their work on scrutinising the work of the Mayor and holding him to account, and also the wider Combined Authority as well. Particularly their work on the Trailblazer Devolution deal. I know just how much work has gone over the summer looking at that from committee members. It is a once in a generation game changer opportunity for us if we can get the government to commit to devolving powers to where they need to be. A tremendous amount of work has gone in to put together an exciting package of measures for the CA. It's worth noting not all combined authorities are created equal. Every combined authority in the country has a different set of powers awarded to it at a different time. And ours is currently punching below its weight in terms of what it could be achieving, because it has not got things devolved to it that it needs to deliver for our citizens. The UK is one of the most over-centralised countries in the world outside of North Korea, as previous speakers have noted, and that shows in the performance of our cities. Our cities and our regions are lagging behind just about every other country in Europe when it comes to performance, because we don't have the tools in our box locally to make the differences our citizens and our businesses need to thrive. So this deal does represent a chance to change that if the government is still playing ball. I know East Birmingham's been mentioned, and the investment zones. We've got some really exciting ambitions around East Birmingham to bring real change to that area, the kind of change it has lacked for generations. Our model for achieving that involves investment in the public realm, the public transport and the public services that have been so lacking in that area and held it back from attracting investment and from reaching the potential that its citizens all have for so long. At the moment, we welcome the fact that the government is talking about doing something there. We want to continue those talks to make sure it is the kind of model, the kind of investment that works for East Birmingham and truly does deliver that change, rather than simply just a knock-off version of an enterprise zone that won't, with all of some of the dangers that I know Councillor Trickett has talked about previously. Just to finish and reiterate my thanks particularly to Lauren and to Jamie, who I know wanted to be here today, but sadly couldn't due to family circumstances. Thank you to both councillors for their ongoing work on this, and to Councillor Trickett as part of the previous committee, and look forward to working with them going forward. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Can I call Councillor Liz Clements?
Thanks very much, Lord Mayor. And I just wanted to briefly add my thanks to the WMCA scrutiny staff, Lindsay Roberts and Dan Essex, who supported me last year when I was chairing the Transport Scrutiny Subcommittee. As Lisa and others have said, they provide excellent support. It was a really interesting year, and I think the CA and Transport for the West Midlands have got a really transformational role in our transport system, and also in decarbonising the transport system. If you look at the emerging local transport plan, that's setting a really challenging agenda for mobility, looking at our needs in the future for public transport and our travel needs. But as is alluded to in the annual report, there's actually a piece of governance work that is going on to look at the scrutiny arrangements for transport in the Combined Authority, which I don't feel actually work particularly well at the moment. We spent the whole year looking at issues to do with the Midland Metro, and it was we had a lot of sessions, but it was quite a frustrating experience trying to get to the bottom of exactly who was responsible in that quite arcane governance arrangement for the Metro and holding people to account. So I hope that in this year, in the work programme of scrutiny in the CA, that issue is progressed, and that we end up with a fit-for-purpose transport scrutiny arrangement. Thanks very much.
30 minutes.
Can I call upon Councillor Lauren Rainbow to reply?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd just like to echo the words of Councillor Trickett. We must see that as a region, investment and growth is for the betterment of all, not just for those who have a positive outset, a positive future. It's why I'm so pleased that the committee will be taking a very detailed look into the skills agenda, making sure that young people are qualified in the right apprenticeships. If they want to get a degree, they can get a degree. Making sure that we're focusing on what this region really needs in terms of skills. Manufacturing has obviously long been a stalwart of the region. Do we have the appropriate skills? Do we have the appropriate training for young people? So I think that's a really important part of that. As Councillor Clements also noted, transport has an important role to play in that as well. It's essential in making sure that residents across the region can reach jobs, can reach schools, can reach medical appointments, all sorts of services. So I think that's also important in terms of ensuring that we have that equality for all. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Is that agreed? Thank you. To work within the time frame that we have this afternoon, we are going to take a break a little earlier. So we will now take a break for 30 minutes. Please be back in 30 minutes. As I mentioned earlier, we do have the finger buffet, accompanied by tea and coffee in the banqueting suite, and so 30 minutes. Is that seconded? Thank you.
straightforward debate. Yes.
Okay. We will now receive a report of the Cabinet Member for Children, Young People and Families in relation to the Birmingham Children's Trust 2022 to 2023 Youth Justice Plan. The time for this item is 35 minutes. Could I ask those of you who want to speak to push your microphone buttons once so that you appear on my screen? And I'll call upon the Cabinet Member for Social Justice, Community, Safety and Equalities, Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm pleased to present to full council the Birmingham Youth Justice Plan for 22-23. It is a subject of which we as local councillors see the devastating consequences, the victims, the perpetrators, families and our communities. Councillor Cotton and I presented this plan to Cabinet on the 6th of September. It was originally due to come to full council in September, which was postponed following the death of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth. Our city is a young city. We are the youngest city in Europe. This plan before you aims to keep our city safe for our children and young people, and effectively support those that have been affected as victims of youth offending and criminality. There is so much detail in this report, which is a statutory requirement for all local authorities. I wish that I had more than 7 minutes to share with you the detail and some of the statistics in the report, but I have only got 7 minutes, so I would urge you all to study the report. The statistics are startling. This is something that cities and areas across the country are grappling with, and I'm pleased to see a focus on restorative practice. The tables throughout the report illustrate the disproportionate representation of children from Black and Asian and mixed heritage backgrounds in the system, and overrepresentation of children that come through our care system. Another key statistic highlighted, out of a group of 80 children in our youth justice system, only one had no recorded abuse or adverse childhood circumstances in their young lives. Exclusions, we know, are a significant issue that contribute to youth offending and criminality, but we also know that the vast majority of those that get involved in youth offending are victims of adverse childhood experiences themselves. Not only including those children in our care, but other children and young people who have experienced significant harm, trauma, disadvantage and poverty. The offending behaviour is quite often symptomatic of those tragic experiences, and therefore we need to tackle the root causes through earlier targeted intervention and prevention. The report sets out our priorities with clear and measurable programmes to strengthen support around education because of the role of exclusions as a trigger to youth offending and exploitation. Over the summer, the Director of Children's Services and her team have met with head teachers and are looking at this issue with a focus on inclusion and additional support, and how other agencies can help schools through this. I'm very pleased that our school leaders have galvanised around the SAFE task force. This, standing for Support, Attend, Fulfil, Exceed, is DFE funded and schools led, targeting young people at risk of exclusion and exploitation through a range of initiatives, both within and outside the school day. Officers continue to work with schools, teachers and partners such as the police and the Children's Trust Youth Offending Team to offer support to keep young people and children in school. This includes, where needed, direct support to teachers, developing support for children and families, and working together in local networks to provide a fuller range of help to solve the issues that are leading to children being excluded. A great deal of work has been put into updating the plan presented today to ensure that it reflects the current challenges now on our streets and neighbourhoods to keep our children and young people safe through earlier intervention and tackling the root causes of offending. The youth offending services have gone through substantial change, and we have a new head of service and an expanded leadership team. And we've been fortunate to attract as chair of our Youth Justice Board, John Drew, who is a former chair of the National Youth Justice Board. We have seen some tangible progress in our improvement journey. There are fewer children entering the youth justice system in the first place, fewer children in custody, and youth offending rates for children do continue to fall. I know that Andy Couldrick, the Chief Exec of our Birmingham Children's Trust, has invested heavily in strengthening the team and in workforce development through staff training and knowledge, so that they are properly equipped to deliver services that put our children and young people first and at the centre of all they do. The service now has recruited a restorative practice and victim manager, focusing on the intersection of restorative justice and restorative practice, supporting victims and developing best practice in dealing with children and young people in the youth justice system. So the key priorities for the plan this year are developing that full prevention offer, getting in early to work with children and diverting them away from crime in the first place, recognising and committing to the victims of youth crime and those affected by antisocial behaviour and those families devastated by serious violence. The impact of organised crime and criminal exploitation of some of our most vulnerable children is one of the complex challenges we face, which also affects other parts of the country. This requires a genuine partnership response. We can't do this as a council alone. We need to work with our schools, police, health, and voluntary and community services to deliver services that represent best practice. I'd like to end by thanking the Children's Trust, our officers and partners, and our schools for their collective commitment to working together to improve the lives of our children, young people, their families, and our communities. I move that this City Council approves the Birmingham Children's Trust's 2022-23 Youth Justice Plan. Thank you.
I now call upon Councillor John Cotton to second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Very pleased to second this report. We're the youngest city, of course, in Europe, so youth justice is something that's of vital importance to this city. And this plan is about keeping people and communities safe and ensuring that justice is done for victims, and also ensuring that young lives don't fall prey to criminal exploitation and end up going off the rails. Something else this plan recognises, which Councillor McCarthy set out in her remarks, is the clear links that there are between levels of child poverty and inequality in our city and the levels of exploitation and crime affecting children. The fact that we have 43% of children growing up below the poverty line, 100,000 children, clearly is connected to these issues. And we know from our own evidence and external research that the young people who come to the attention of our youth justice services have experienced disproportionate levels of harm, trauma and disadvantage. And it's clear, as Councillor McCarthy again said, that offending behaviour in children is symptomatic of the experiences that they've been through. So you can't tackle these things in isolation from things like school exclusion, poverty, abuse, neglect or poor health. And if you haven't read the joint report from the Police Commissioner and the Combined Authority, Punishing Abuse, which really sets this out in stark detail, I do recommend you take some time to read that. So any effective approach to tackling and reducing youth offending must take account of these very stark facts. I seem to remember somebody once said a while ago that you have to be tough on crime and tough on the causes of crime, and I think this really starkly illustrates that. The Youth Offending Service is continuing to undergo substantial change. We do have a new head of service in place, and I absolutely echo the comments that Councillor McCarthy made around the role that John Drew has been playing as the chair of the Partnership Board in driving that work forward. His expertise as a former Chief Executive of the Youth Justice Board nationally is absolutely crucial. We've made real progress with the improvement journey as a result of those changes. The performance figures for 2021 show we've got fewer children entering the youth justice system in the first place, we've got fewer children in custody, and the reoffending rates for children continue to fall. But this plan is also honest and realistic about the work that's still to be done. So we've got to continue building a service that's modern and creative, and that means investing substantially in workforce development, so our YOS staff have the latest training and knowledge and are properly equipped to deliver the excellent services and support that we need, and also draw from learning elsewhere and best practice across the country. We also need to continue to focus on the needs of victims. The service now has a restorative practice and victim manager in place who's driving forward improvements to victim services, making sure that those victims' voices are heard and they get the support they need. And that goes through from strengthening the management of referral orders through to embedding that restorative practice worker approach into the risk panels and out-of-court disposal panels so that the views and wishes of victims are heard in those very important decision-making fora. We're also putting children and families at the centre of what we do, which is absolutely essential if we're going to change the outcomes for those young people who find themselves in the criminal justice system. The other really important aspect of this plan is putting prevention first. Frankly, we need to stop children entering the youth justice system in the first place. So the key priority this year is developing that full prevention offer, getting in early to work with children and divert them away from crime and criminal activity in the first place. All of this is absolutely underpinned by partnership. The service and this plan can't tackle these issues of youth crime in isolation. It can't sit in a single silo or single service. So it's not just the job of the Youth Justice Board or the Community Safety Partnership or the Children's Trust, important though all of those are to delivering this plan. It requires the support and active involvement of colleagues across the council and partner agencies across the city. And I know that there's some excellent work that's already been taking place in that regard, and we need to continue to drive that forward. So on that, Lord Mayor, I'm very happy to second this and commend this plan to the council. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now debate the report. And I will call on Councillor Mariam Jan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Local authorities have a statutory duty to submit an annual youth justice plan relating to the provision of youth justice partnerships, responsibilities in producing a plan. It states that it is the duty of each local authority, after a consultation with partner agencies, to formulate and implement an annual youth justice plan, setting out how youth justice plan, youth services are in the area are to be provided and funded, how they will operate and what functions will be carried out. The plan should equally address the functions assigned to a youth justice service, including how services will prevent offending behaviour and reduce reoffending. Youth Justice Plan sets out guidances, set out for further considerations for partnerships, structure, and asks for reflection on how the service takes strength-based approach towards delivering child-first justice system. Child first. Prioritise the best interests of children and recognising their particular needs, capacities, rights and potential. All work child-focused, developmentally informed. Acknowledge structured barriers and meets responsibilities towards children. Promote children's individual strengths and capacity to develop their pro-social identity for sustainable desistance, leading to safer communities and fewer victims. Constructive, future focus, built on supportive relationships that empower children to fulfill their potential and make positive contributions to society. Encourage children's active participation, engagement and a wider social inclusion. All work is a meaningful collaboration with children and their carers, prevention, diversion and minimum intervention. However, there is much that can be done within existing system, within local arrangements and content of plans should reflect your activity in working to achieve the above vision as a child-first approach. Reflect and plan. Look and learn from the past to recognise achievements and consider plans based on what is known now, as well as looking to the future to base plans in context. Consider current performances. This may include performance data against local and national indicators, self-assessment against standards for children in the youth justice system, and the existing improvement plans. Identify and understand the needs of children in the justice system and other existing improvement plans. identify and understand the needs of children in the justice system within the cohort and priorities to support good outcomes. Consider key risks, including issues, challenges, as well as key milestones. Consult and co-produce. Involve input from children and families, enabling the voice of the child and user, feedback and participation. Consult staff, volunteers, particularly rewarding improvements to service delivery and identify learning and development needs of the workforce to support performance improvement and better outcomes. Engage wider strategic partnerships. Look for support from the sector to take opportunity to plan across wider areas such as your police and crime commissioner, health footprint, regional or developed political area, violence reduction units, community safety partnerships, local criminal justice board, public health plans. Share with partners feedback and amendments. Youth Justice Service are asked to ensure that information contained is clear. If there is no information available that should be acknowledged, plans should be written in Word. If information is included that is not part of the structured template, then this should be added as an appendix. Reducing first-time entrants.
Thank you, Councillor. You're out of time. Can I call Councillor Des Hughes?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I welcome the plan and its clear understanding of the landscape in which the Children's Trust and the Youth Offending Service operates. The plan clearly recognises that children within the youth justice system are often adversely affected by abuse, neglect and poverty to a greater degree than other children of the same age. In the current economic climate, it is difficult to see that landscape improving in the short term. Of course, the service has been subject of a not very flattering inspection by Her Majesty's Inspection of Probation in 2020. So I am pleased to see the use of independent reviews to improve structures within the service. The commitment to developing the workforce and the modernisation of case management systems is much needed, though I would like to have seen an acknowledgement that, like so many other services, the benefit of retaining experienced staff is invaluable for the support that they can give to newer, less experienced members of the team. I am also pleased to see the emphasis on prevention as one of the key issues for the service. It is recognised that a child's future outcomes can be predicted with uncanny certainty by the time a child is 5 years old. The wide range of factors that can influence these outcomes demand that working in partnership with other agencies in the health, social care and education sectors is vital. While the number of first-time entrants to the Youth Offending Service is falling, it is of concern that so many of those that do come to the attention of the service are aged 15 to 17. To me, this is an indication that more could have been done at an earlier stage, and not necessarily by the Youth Offending Service or the Children's Trust. We all have a role to play in looking after the children of our city. The number of children open to the service that have special educational needs is a concern. Nearly 50% of children under the service have special educational needs. Nearly 20% have an education, health and care plan that should identify these needs and provide the support that is needed to meet those needs. On top of that, there is a significant number with undiagnosed special needs who for some reason have not had those needs assessed. Some of those children do not have a school place or have been excluded from school. This is not due to failings within the service, yet it is often they who have to deal with the consequences. It is also a concern that so many of the children within the service self-assess as having anger issues. We know that over half of first-time entrants to the service are there because of violence against the person offences. Research has consistently identified early behaviour as a risk factor for patterns of behaviour, violent behaviour, later in life. These early behaviours are also associated with negative outcomes in academic, work and social contexts, as well as poor physical and mental health. That is why I welcome the service's work on preventative interventions to disrupt these patterns of behaviour before they become ingrained. The Youth Offending Service is clearly committed to working in partnership with other departments and organisations. It is incumbent upon those other departments and organisations to play their part too. While I welcome the Youth Justice Plan, with a pessimistic economic and financial outlook and the prospect of increasing demands on the service, it is vital that the Youth Offending Service and the Children's Trust is enthusiastically supported by partners and not seen as a backstop to deal with failures in other areas. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Kerry-Jenkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The draft report was presented to our Education and Children's Social Care Scrutiny Committee, where it was shared with real passion by a team of officers overseeing the delivery of the Youth Offending Service. Lord Mayor, I believe that this final report gives an honest appraisal and has not shied away from the problems that the service has faced and continues to face, and which affects the lives of children and young people in our city. In setting the context, Councillor McCarthy reminds us that we are the youngest city in Europe, but that brings with it huge challenges. Child poverty in Birmingham is worse than the England and core cities average, as is the unemployment rate for 16 to 24-year-olds. Black and mixed heritage children are overrepresented in Birmingham's youth justice system, as are the children in care. Serious youth violence has significantly risen across our city, and we are the 7th most deprived local authority in England and the most deprived authority in the West Midlands. The research from the West Midlands Combined Authority and the Police and Crime Commissioner shows that children coming to the attention of our service have multiple and complex needs. We also know that, like other core cities, organised crime exists in our city, with vulnerable children and young people finding themselves being criminally exploited and caught up in gangs and county lines. And Lord Mayor, as we have heard, the report shows us that there are children from a range of backgrounds and experiences that are overrepresented in our youth justice system. Ethnic disparity, which was also raised in the damning Ofsted report in 2020, still an ongoing factor, and addressing this must be a priority. And the plan itself refers to this overrepresentation as its single greatest challenge across the partnership. The report tells us that Birmingham Youth Offending Service aspires to be creative, different and modern with its approaches, with a commitment to preventative approach and with plans to launch a modernised risk reduction policy and tackling issues in relation to the overrepresented children. The report refers to seeing positive reductions in the use of remand and custodial sentences, and there are some interesting pilots happening in London where supported accommodation is being provided to 16 and 17-year-old boys for up to 6 months as an alternative to custody. This is being seen as a positive tool for addressing the overrepresentation of black boys being placed in the secure estate. Lord Mayor, there is clear statistical evidence that shows a connection between exclusion from school and entry into the youth justice system, and children's charities have been calling on government to better protect children facing school exclusion from child criminal exploitation, urging a review and an amendment of the guidance on exclusions and behaviour so it includes better information for teachers on identifying warning signs and the risk factors for child criminal exploitation. I hope government takes action on this. When the draft plan was presented to the Scrutiny Committee, we asked for reassurance around funding for the additional posts to sustain the improvements already seen, rather than a realignment of existing resource. I am pleased to see a commitment towards investment that supports the vision, strategy and priorities. I look forward to hearing of further updates when officers come back to update my Scrutiny Committee. There is no doubt that this is an immense challenge, but one that demands action, and this is one we will be closely watching. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I now call on Councillor McCarthy to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And thank you, Councillor Cotton, for your support in this work. Members who were at Cabinet will be aware that we have swapped roles from that meeting. Councillor Cotton moved and I seconded at Cabinet, and we're doing the reverse today. Thank you, Councillor Jan, for your recognition of the quality of the report. And you, of course, had the benefit of the report coming to overview and scrutiny, and I really repeat that I wish everybody could have had the presentation in that level of detail. Thank you, Councillor Hughes. You're quite right. We all have a role, and all our partner organisations have a role in dealing with these challenges. And in the same way, if we're to be a truly child-friendly city, it won't just be for Children's Services and the Children's Trust, it will be for every part of the council and all of our partner organisations to make it that way. Councillor Jenkins, thank you for the work done at scrutiny on this. I'm really pleased that you feel that there was change from the draft to the final report as part of your committee's work, and I look forward to seeing the future engagement with your committee. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now vote on the report. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. We will now receive a report of the City Solicitor which sets out key decisions that were not included on the forward plan and all decisions that were authorised for immediate implementation for the municipal year 2021-2022. The time for this item is 10 minutes. Could I ask those of you who want to speak to push your microphone button once so that you appear on my screen? I will call upon Councillor Ian Ward to move the recommendations.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. As you say, this is a report about decisions not on the forward plan and those authorised for immediate implementation. As you all know, key decisions must be included on the forward plan not less than 28 clear calendar days in advance of the proposed. Excuse me. Appendix 1 to the report provides details on all decisions not included on the forward plan and those that were authorised for immediate implementation during the 2021-22 municipal year. In total, there are 11 key decisions not included on the forward plan, and that includes 5 urgent decisions taken by the Chief Executive. In terms of reports authorised for immediate implementation last year, there were 8 decisions not subject to call-in, and for completion, Appendix 1 also provides details on 3 decision reports containing confidential or exempt information that were not notified 28 days in advance of the proposed decision. Now, I accept, Lord Mayor, that these numbers are relatively high, but if you do look at the details within Appendix 1, you'll see that a number of the reports listed there are there because of either urgency or circumstances that were beyond the Council's control. So I move, Lord Mayor, that Council notes this report. Thank you.
Is that seconded? Do any members wish to speak? If so, press your button, please. I now call Councillor Robert Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And while this may seem a slightly dry topic for members of the Chamber, it is nonetheless an important safeguard within the Constitution. Picking up Councillor Ward's comments about these numbers seem slightly high. If you look at 3.6, you can see 11 key decisions not included forward plan this year out of 33 over the last 4 years, and 8 decisions not subject to a call-in out of 22 over the last 4 years. And I think what's important is when you turn to the detail in the appendix, you can see that in some of these cases at least, this didn't need to be like this. So you can see on Appendix 1, Table 1, there's 3 items where the intention to hold some of that information in private wasn't publicised in advance, and that's why that was there. But the reality is, about the wheels, about the highways maintenance, and about the procurement, we knew in advance as a council there would be confidential information. So even though some of the information hadn't been finalised yet, it would be possible to know that you would need a confidential section. And I think that sums up some of the problems we've seen over the last couple of years, where it's almost become an excuse to be able to say, until every last I is dotted and every last T is crossed, we won't confirm whether or not something is needed on a forward plan, when in fact you would know that at an earlier stage, enabling better forward planning. Indeed, when you look at some of the other items, similar things come up where you can see that many of these delays are in fact internal delays rather than external issues. If you turn to table 2, which is the one, the list of call-ins that weren't allowed, so decisions which call-ins prevented, you can see under the last column that just says yes against each of them, confirming you can't have a call-in. In this report to the Chamber at this time of year, that really ought to have information as to why all of those items were prevented from call-in, so that members who weren't sitting around the Cabinet table get that additional information to understand what the administration's logic was there. And again, when you look at some of these, you can see that really all very important issues, but some of these with better planning could actually have been picked up in a sufficient time to allow call-ins if they were to be forthcoming. And it's important to remember a call-in is a really important safeguard in the Council's process. There have been examples in recent years where call-ins have prevented the Council having to cost themselves significant chunks of money by making procurement mistakes because things were called in, things could then get rectified. So it shouldn't be a lightly taken decision to remove that safeguard, which is there actually to prevent the Council having to pay for things and mistakes being made. With that, I just ask the leader to redouble his efforts to make sure these numbers are brought down in the year ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ward to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As I said in my opening remarks, I do accept these figures are relatively high, so I can accept much of the criticism that Councillor Alden has levelled this afternoon, and indeed I've spoken to the Chief Executive about improving performance in this particular area. In Table 2, I can also agree with Councillor Alden that the comments column, the authorised or immediate implementation column, should have been filled in with more detail rather than just yes. However, a number of the decisions there, well, they weren't decisions, they were reports actually for noting rather than the decision reports, and therefore would not have been subject to call-in. So that explains actually why there's such a high number there, and perhaps that would have been reduced if that final column had indeed been filled in. But having taken on board Councillor Alden's comments, I again, Lord Mayor, ask that the Council notes this report. Thank you.
Is that agreed? Thank you. We will now receive a report of the Director of Strategy, Equality and Partnerships and the Director of Council Management in relation to City Council approval of the organisation's Corporate Plan 2022-2026, the draft of which was recommended for approval by Cabinet on the 26th of July 2022. The time for this item is 30 minutes. I call upon the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward, to move the recommendation.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I am delighted to introduce the Council's new corporate plan for the next 4 years. As you've pointed out, this was considered by Cabinet on the 26th of July and recommended to full Council for approval. We're at the start of what can potentially be a golden decade of opportunity for the people and communities of Birmingham. The years ahead, framed by the triumphant Commonwealth Games this summer and the arrival of HS2 in around a decade's time, have the potential to be a period of unparalleled success for the people of Birmingham. This is a young and diverse city, connected into the global economy, bursting with creativity and invention, and bold enough to grasp the opportunities ahead. We are uniquely placed to prosper in the modern green economy that is now being created. Of course, to make the most of our golden decade, we must also respond to the grand challenges facing the city. Lord Mayor, the COVID pandemic highlighted the deep-seated inequalities that exist between places and communities across our city and between Birmingham and the rest of the country. For too long, these inequalities were hidden in plain sight, and while others elsewhere may seek to ignore or deny the reality in a dash for growth, we will not abandon our communities and our people. So we will be honest about the levels of unemployment, the health inequalities, the extent of the climate emergency, the city's housing need, educational attainment, the need to further build community resilience and to tackle crime. We must also recognise that the Tory cost of living crisis means that families across Birmingham are approaching the coming months with absolute dread. That's why we must be bold, confident and ambitious in response to the challenges that have held back far too many people across this city for generations. Lord Mayor, I believe in Birmingham, and I believe in the people of Birmingham. This corporate plan sets out how we will empower our communities as we strive for prosperity and opportunity for all, in order to create a fairer Birmingham, a city that provides the opportunity for all citizens to achieve their full potential. The plan sets out what we want to accomplish through our service delivery, our enabling and influencing roles, and how, as an organisation and partner, we will operate and behave to help achieve a prosperous, inclusive, healthy, safe and green Birmingham. The Council, of course, cannot meet these challenges on its own. I've always been clear about this. We need to work in partnership with our communities, with the private sector and other stakeholders. We also have to recognise and tackle the systemic inequalities which many Black, Asian and minority ethnic citizens face and experience. So the plan restates our determination to embed diversity and tackle inequalities in everything we do. Lord Mayor, the corporate plan will guide our delivery as a council, while a performance and delivery plan will set out the key performance indicators by which we will measure and report our progress. This is a new plan following May's local elections, but of course many of our existing priorities are incorporated into this new corporate plan, recognising that they have a long-term focus and remain relevant. We have, however, refreshed and represented them using the Be Bold branding. And there's an added focus on climate change and the Commonwealth Games legacy. Lord Mayor, we live in uncertain times, and while we should be confident in the plan and the framework it provides for the next 4 years, we know from the past couple of years, and indeed recent weeks, just how quickly the world can change. So it is intended that the priorities be reviewed annually and, if required, updated to reflect any changes in strategic context. We have at Cabinet just this morning set out how we plan to support the people and communities of this city through the cost of living crisis. And the corporate plan will guide how we can do more to support our citizens by breaking down barriers and tackling inequality, by providing best-in-class public services and by creating a fairer city where all citizens benefit from sustainable economic growth. Lord Mayor, we've seen in recent weeks how people's lives can be turned upside down by a government with no credible plan for the economy. Birmingham households are facing the biggest collapse in living standards since such records were first kept 60 years ago. If the government wants to stimulate growth, and they tell us they do, then we need a serious plan to deal with the chronic underinvestment that is the cause of Britain's stagnating productivity. Investment by both the public and private sectors is a key part of the solution. So we will work with partners to secure the investment that will protect and support the people of Birmingham through the challenges ahead. We have a bold plan, the focus and the determination to ensure that people in every neighbourhood and every community can have a stake in Birmingham's golden decade of opportunity. There are challenging times ahead, and I accept that the temptation may be to batten down the hatches, turn inwards and focus only on the council and council services. That, Lord Mayor, would be a mistake. To deliver for the people of Birmingham, we must continue to have the ambition that led us to bid for and successfully deliver the Commonwealth Games. We must continue to be bold and be Birmingham. Lord Mayor, I move that full council approves the corporate plan for the period 2022 through to 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Councillor Bridget Jones to second the recommendation.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The Leader has already spoken about the need for the Council to continue to make the big moves to support our citizens, our communities and our businesses through the current cost of living crisis. We're living through challenging and uncertain times, but the plan provides us with the flexibility, the focus and the forward thinking to respond to those challenges for our city. As inflation rises, the cost of basic essentials, food and energy continue to skyrocket. We're also going to see a rise in demand for council services, which is going to put even more pressure onto our budgets than we have already seen from the deep cuts that we've had in the last decade of austerity. But just as the council and the city rose to the challenge of delivering the Commonwealth Games, did we mention that that was on time and under budget? Don't know if we mentioned that already. And before that, COVID, and before that, actually, the government imposed austerity and funding restrictions. We'll rise this new challenge in front of us as well. Using the corporate plan as our guide, we'll use it not only to provide essential services for citizens, but also to improve, innovate, and transform our services from the ground up, because that's what they need. The plan sets out a bold ambition and commitment to improve how we operate as a council, continuing our transformation into an organisation fit for this decade and delivering best-in-class services. We're shifting our focus from crisis to prevention, supporting families early on rather than waiting for them to tip into crisis. And we must ensure that those services are co-designed with the citizens that will use them and benefit from them, so that they reflect the needs of all of our diverse communities across our great city. We're going to work with local businesses, community organisations, and of course our vibrant voluntary sector as well, to make sure that every street and household in Birmingham benefits from truly inclusive growth. And we'll continue to tackle that biggest policy issue. As we declared a climate emergency, we will continue our work to address that as a council. We have a vision for a city that is prosperous, inclusive, safe, healthy and green. And at the heart of that, we're going to see at the next council meeting and next cabinet cycle, refresh performance management and reporting framework as well, so we can demonstrate that clear journey of improved delivery and impact against our ambitions. And of course, that all aligns with what we talked about earlier, our ambitions in the wider levelling up strategy for Birmingham. And on behalf of our great city and working with partners from across all the sectors, we'll continue to press national government to stick to that levelling up agenda and to make our case for increased devolution and powers to the CA and to local government. The United Kingdom is, as I've said earlier, one of the most centralised places in the world. And in order to tackle those challenges that I've talked about, we need the tools in our box to do it. That part of it is absolutely essential to us. If you look back 4 years ago to our last corporate plan, I don't think we'd have imagined we'd be where we are today or have achieved quite what we've achieved. I think where we'll be in another 4 years at the end of this one. Lord Mayor, I second the motion.
Thank you. We will now debate the report. And I call Councillor Robert Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I absolutely agree with the comments that have been made about Birmingham being such an amazing city. And the staff and the volunteers from the Games showed that in the Commonwealth Games, how well they did, and also they showed it previously in the pandemic as well, something that we all know. But it was intriguing to hear the Leader and the Deputy Leader talk about this report today being as a start. Never really heard a start happening 10 years into an administration before. But that's clearly what the Leader would like to have us think. And when you look at the priorities in here, it's difficult to disagree with the 20 priorities. It's very motherhood and apple pie, really. We'd all agree with the principles behind them. But the way the Leader spoke about it, it was almost like it'd have you believe that these issues didn't exist over the last 10 years. But the reality is all of the issues in here have been issues in Birmingham over the last decade. And yet things haven't been done to tackle them sufficiently. And it's also interesting because normally when you review a corporate plan in the business world, the first thing you do is actually have the review of the corporate plan. And this item that Council's asked to agree today doesn't have any review of the previous one. So if you go on the Council website, you can download it and have a look. And when you do have a look, you might understand perhaps why the administration didn't want to attach it as an appendix to this. Because under outcome one of the measures was talking about Birmingham's unemployment rate versus the national average and improving that. Of course, they failed on that target. The Birmingham unemployment rate is 11.4%, the national unemployment rate is 3.5%. Under outcome two, aspirational city, they talked about making sure that new education healthcare plans issued within 20 weeks. That was failed and the situation's worsening. Average length of time of child entering care, that's failed and it's getting worse. You move on to proportion of 12 to 13-year-olds not in employment, educational training, that's a fail as well. And indeed, when you start factoring in the council actually knowing what those people are doing, not only is that number failing against their own targets, it's gone up by over 50% over what the target is. When you look at outcome 4 that talks about Birmingham being a great city to live in, number of new homes completed in the city across a range of 10 years, that's failed and is falling compared to the target. The same when you look at the minimum number of households living in temporary accommodation, fail against the target. And so we could go on through the document. And that perhaps is why it's so disappointing it's not with us, because you can't properly judge a new plan for the 4 years ahead without knowing what was failed to be delivered over the previous 4 years. And it's also interesting to understand some of the context behind these priorities. So when you open up the report, you look at priority number 8, supporting and enabling all children and young people to thrive. I think we'd all agree with that as an absolute priority in this city. But a context of that, of course, is after a decade of Labour running this council, some of the external judgments against the council over the last 5 years included in December 18 in Children's Services, January 19 in Fostering, August 19 Camberwell House, December 18 the inspection of Local Authority Children's Services, all of requiring improvement. All of those judgments deem the council as requiring improvement in those areas, as well, of course, the local areas SEND, where there's a written statement of action. And when you turn on to some of the other items in here as well, you get a similar story, whether it's under improving street cleanliness, the fact the council don't follow national measures on missed bin collections, or the fact they stopped measuring the state of the streets for so long. So while this plan, we'll be voting for it today, absolutely agree with the sentiment behind it, we mustn't forget what has actually failed to be delivered over the last decade, which is leading to these issues still being of such a concern in this city, and why they need to be taken seriously now and not just given sticky plasters at election time and then forgotten over the following 4 years when the term of this corporate plan is actually meant to be done. That's the context that we're all having this plan today. And it's important to remember, it might be bold colours, but just because it's in bold colours, that doesn't mean it's bold action if it sits on a shelf and nothing happens with it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Julian Pritchard.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to start by acknowledging the work from officers that has gone into producing this. And broadly speaking, I'd like to support quite a lot of what's in there. And there isn't too much that many people could disagree with in the plan. The challenges it outlines and the outcomes it's seeking to achieve. And I agree with a lot what's been said about the challenge that the city faces. However, that could be part of the problem. In many ways, it is quite vague. There isn't much you can disagree with in here. And, you know, up to a point, I'm going to be a bit facetious here, Lord Mayor, the outcomes and priorities could be the same for any council, or at least any core city in the country. So it does potentially suffer from having that vagueness to it. There are also quite a lot of priorities under the 5 outcomes. 20, that's quite a lot of things to focus on and get some action on. And that's even before you look at the more operational side in the best-in-class section. So how much can the council actually focus here and deliver on so many different priorities? Hopefully there will be concrete outcomes achieved in all of them, but it is quite a lot, and as I said, it does in places feel quite vague. Even though the plan talks about a lot of things, there doesn't seem to be enough, in my view, about investing in our communities outside the city centre. One of the things I and others in this chamber have said before is that a lot of the investment, a lot of the focus is on the city centre at the expense of local centres and communities where people live, most people in Birmingham live. So it'd be good if the plan showed a bit of stronger focus on investing in local communities in the city and sharing prosperity geographically across the communities in the city. The plan does mention the climate emergency, Lord Mayor, and it is one of the challenges listed in the plan as well. But as a priority, it is one of 20. And while this is better than the original 2018 council plan we had last time round, which didn't mention it at all, a point I remember making in my maiden speech, but if you look at the updated council plan from 2019, after the climate emergency declaration, the climate emergency had an outcome all on its own, and now it's just one of 20 priorities. So it could be read as a bit of a deprioritisation. I'd hope that is just the wording, but considering we haven't heard a lot of action and moving forward on that agenda over the summer since the elections, it is a bit worrying as well. And as we'll no doubt discuss later, tackling the climate emergency and tackling the cost of living crisis go hand in hand. So again, the focus on that needs to be really, really strong. So hopefully, in conclusion, Lord Mayor, I hope the Council does work and actions to achieve the outcomes in this plan. I hope it will be more focused in its work, ensure communities from across the city share in prosperity and in investment, and that the Council prioritises real action on tackling the climate emergency to help tackle that cost of living crisis. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ken Wood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I too would like to commend the officers for putting together a corporate plan. It does acknowledge that there will be challenges ahead. It does highlight the potential for a period of unparalleled success for our great city, and it was nice to hear those words coming from the leader. It also goes on about the need to be bold in thinking and to learn from others. Lord Mayor, Councillor Oldham has already picked up on some of the issues that are held within it, but I would like to pick up on one particular area, and that is the need to give residents far greater input into their area. The plan says we will need to connect with communities in a meaningful way, placing them at the heart of decision-making and empowering them to flourish and succeed. These are great words, Lord Mayor, but they will prove empty and pointless if the connecting and empowering does not include access to a level of devolved budget. As councillors, we are all instructed to come up with ward plans. I'm sure many colleagues in here will have their own opinion as to the worth of these ward plans. But I think we will all agree that without funding being made available, all we're really doing is creating false hopes amongst our residents. Wish lists with no funding to do anything with them, and yet, as I've said, we are instructed to come up with them. What we need is a devolved district budget. We've had them before, so why can't we have them again? Let's learn from what worked in the past. And before Councillor Ward stands up and says it's all the government's fault and government cuts, I'm not talking about new money, but devolution of existing funds. Funds that are held in here that could be let out to people that really know what the money needs to be spent on. So, Lord Mayor, I commend the plan for what it's worth, but the proof of the pudding will certainly be in the eating. Will the plan live up to its aim of being bold, or will it just end up next to the other soap powders on the leader's shelf, gathering dust? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I now call Councillor Majid Mahmood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, on the 5th of May of this year, the Labour Party won a resounding victory at May's local elections. Voted in on our bold manifesto called A New Deal for Birmingham, the people spoke. This manifesto, Lord Mayor, contained our plans for building a cleaner, safer and better Birmingham, and now this plan has been translated into the Councillor's corporate plan. Lord Mayor, within my portfolio, the environment, there are a wide range of bold plans and policies to clean up our air, improve access to parks and green spaces, clean up our streets and deliver on our commitments to reach net carbon zero by 2030 or as soon as after as a just transition allows. Lord Mayor, over the last few months, since May, we have appointed a fantastic cohort of new officers assisting but not limited to the Route to Net Zero team, which is closely working with city housing colleagues to identify, scale and coordinate retrofit activities in a bid to social housing decarbonisation fund. This will include support for the supply chain to scale up as part of the city's wider strategy for the decarbonisation of all homes in the city. Lord Mayor, the team is also working with corporate property on a bid to the public sector decarbonisation scheme to secure funding to replace gas boilers with renewable technologies and secure energy efficiency improvements in city council-owned buildings. Lord Mayor, the cost of retrofitting the entirety of the council's social housing in the city of 60,000 is estimated to be as much as 3.6 billion over 30 years, and it's our job as a council to try to source those funds and plan to address this significant challenge. Lord Mayor, we are also working on the 3 Cities retrofit programme. This includes a commitment to retrofit Birmingham's social housing portfolio. The scheme is a unique collaboration between Birmingham, Coventry and Wolverhampton councils, all Labour councils, in leading the way in unlocking a transformative opportunities in housing retrofit. Lord Mayor, we have a plan to work with our communities and businesses to to improve street cleanliness, improving recycling rates and taking strong action against those who dump rubbish. We have introduced 4 mobile household recycling centres, and I take no shame in showing this trophy again to the Chamber, where we won the best new idea, which is a bold innovation, and would like to express my thanks to my predecessor, Councillor John O'Shea, who led from the front line in introducing that scheme in the city, a legacy that he has left behind for the people of this city. Lord Mayor, we have developed the reuse centre at James Road, and I'm working closely with Jericho Foundation Reuser Centre in Sutton in order to recycle more items in the city. Lord Mayor, we have got new recycling avenues being developed for items such as hard plastic, paint and coffee pods, and we are working in collaboration with Aston University on reaching a new initiative with them. Lord Mayor, we have started a contamination of collected waste analysis. A communications plan is being worked on where we will be able to explain to residents of this city what we can and can't recycle, and this will be rolled out to all residents. A recycling pilot for tower blocks is also being planned in order to increase our recycling rates. Lord Mayor, we are continuing our journey to clean up the city's air, building on the work already begun by this Labour administration to build a Birmingham where every neighbourhood has safe air to breathe. We will continue on our route to net zero, tackling the climate crisis and helping our communities in the transition away from a carbon economy. Despite being a bustling city of 1.14 million people, we want to build on our position as a city of nature, becoming the city of 1,000 parks and green spaces, helping our communities to access them more easily. We know there's a lot of work to be done, Lord Mayor, to deliver on these ambitions, but this corporate plan gives us the platform that we need to build a cleaner, greener city for everyone. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lee Marsham.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In May, I was proud to be elected to Nechells to champion residents' voices and make Nechells cleaner and safer on a Birmingham Labour manifesto. The introduction of the award-winning Mobile Household Recycling Centre is popular with residents who can now easily get rid of their rubbish, green waste and bulky items for free. Its visit to Elliott Street this Friday will be well used. Alongside strong action against those who fly tip and litter, it will make our streets cleaner. Last month, I brought the Cabinet Member for the Environment to Bloomsbury Park in Nechells to discuss enhancing Nechells' green spaces for the City of Nature. Nechells parks will be more accessible and greener with new features. Over the coming months, I'll be asking for residents' help to shape those plans. Lord Mayor, making Nechells safer is important. I've listened to residents' stories on the impact of antisocial behaviour, boy racers and crime. After meeting with the Assistant Police and Crime Commissioner for the West Midlands, I am pleased that there is positive progress on more community police so that we can feel safer and more secure. I'll be campaigning for a fair share of 450 new community officers for Nechells. Lord Mayor, we must make children and their families' route to school safer by working in partnership with local schools. Recently, I was out with Council Highways engineers and the Council's Safer Routes to Schools team to discuss how we make the roads by Heartland Academy, St Matthew's and St Vincent's schools safer. I am confident that if partners work together, we can find a safer, long-term solution to road safety on these roads. Lord Mayor, the Council's corporate plan will help to deliver a cleaner and safer Nechells and a better, bolder Birmingham, and I fully support its objectives.
Thank you. I now call Councillor Barbara Baz.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to speak on priority 17, street cleanliness. This is not the first time I've stood before you to share my frustrations. Frustrations are also experienced by my constituents on a daily basis and on what seems to be every street corner in every ward. My ward of Yardley West and Stechford has an ongoing blight, but I know this is not the only one. So I want to talk about just one aspect of the plan, getting some action on clean streets if they are really to be a priority. I asked a written question to the Cabinet Member for the Environment, Councillor Mahmood, at last month's Council meeting regarding the total number of fixed penalty notices that had been imposed on fly tippers. The response was startling. In the last 12 months, 78 FPNs have been paid in full, 30 FPNs have been referred for prosecution, 4 FPNs have been withdrawn, and only 17 FPNs were ongoing. And yet, according to the response to a written question asked in June of this year, the city recorded over 39,400 incidents of fly tipping last year and 13,348 in the first 6 months of the year, but in 12 months, the council had only issued and dealt with 129 fixed penalty notices, which is truly derisory sum. At Budget Council, members were presented with proposals including additional monies to help the dense street scenes, which included the deployment of additional fast response fly tipping crews and specialist spring cleaning crews to tackle crime across the city, and not forgetting the promise of naming and shaming those individuals responsible for this blight. We were told the city must have a cleaner, greener decade with this department playing a key role. However, rolling forward just 6 months from that meeting, the city is seeing more and more litter accumulating on the streets, which is dragging both neighbourhoods and residents down. But I have to ask, most importantly of all, where is all the naming and shaming? Where is the promised rogues gallery? We all know mobile CCTV cameras could prove to be effective if we had opportunity to deploy them in real hotspot areas. We were supposed to have additional cameras at our disposal, or so we were told last year, but many wards had not seen anything. In response to a written question asked by Councillor Hunt at last month's council, we have been advised that there were currently 15 CCTV cameras in operations, and yet, according to Councillor Mahmood, answers CCTV cameras were only deployed in 2 wards across the city, with 5 located in the same ward and all but 1 in Labour wards. The response went further to announce that 5 temporary CCTV cameras were being installed in further 4 areas, again all of them Labour wards. So that's just 6 out of 69 wards getting CCTV cameras. We need to have that real presence on our streets to deter the criminals, tippers, and truly name and shame the culprits, not just issue idle threats that we are too frightened to carry out. Finally, there is some good news on the horizon. Councillor Mahmood has made a commitment that further 10 mobile CCTV cameras are in process of being purchased, which will not go very far, especially based on performance so far. Even Labour wards will continue to be neglected. How can we ever expect residents to take pride in where they live when they have mounds of someone else's rubbish right outside their front door? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Ian Ward to reply.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. First of all, can I say to Councillor Baz that I note his rubbish comments. I'm sorry, Lord Mayor, I meant to say I note his comments on rubbish around the city. But I really want to begin by picking up something that Councillor Wood said, because it seemed an odd statement to make to me when he said that members in this chamber do not know what money needs to be spent on. Well, I do wonder, Lord Mayor, why Councillor Wood is here if he does not believe he knows what the council's budgets and the money available to the council need to be spent on. I thought that was a very strange comment. But I want to pick up 2 of the issues, one raised by Councillor Pritchard and come back to the criticism levelled by Councillor Alden. First of all, to Councillor Pritchard, I think you just misunderstand the way the Birmingham economy works. It's not a case of focusing on the city centre at the expense of local communities elsewhere in the city. What you have to grasp is that the city centre is the major part of Birmingham's economy. If you stop investing in the city centre, you will create a catastrophe for the city and the people of Birmingham. It's as simple as that. You have to keep investing and attracting investment and jobs into the city centre. The trick is to connect those jobs and the prosperity created to people living in all of our communities right across the city. And if you could get a grasp of that, you'd probably then understand why it is that we've attracted businesses like Goldman Sachs, HSBC, into Birmingham, and why we spent so much time attracting other investment into the city centre. As I say, the trick is to link the jobs and the prosperity to all of our people and all of our communities. And it's simply not true that we're focusing solely on the city centre. We take a balanced approach, and we have major plans for investment in East Birmingham with the East Birmingham growth strategy, in Northfield, where we're investing in both homes and jobs for the future. Perry Bar, where there's already been £700 million of investment and more to come as we fulfil the vision for the next 20 years. We are even, Lord Mayor, and you might criticise us for this, we're even investing in Sutton Coalfield, where we're looking to regenerate the town centre there. So we have a balanced approach to this, and there's no single focus upon the city centre. And let me finally turn to the criticism, the headmaster's criticism of Councillor Alden, marking our homework a little earlier on. What I would say to Councillor Alden, and indeed the rest of the members opposite, that Councillor Majid Mahmood pointed this out. The plan is based upon Labour's manifesto on which we fought the last set of local elections. So this plan has been tested with the people of Birmingham. And the people of Birmingham, of course, voted for a Labour council and they voted to reject the Tories. Long may that continue. Thank you.
We will now vote on the report. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. We now move on to agenda item 13, motions for debate from individual members. The time for this item is 90 minutes. Could I also ask that when you present the motion, that you clearly state that I move the motion as set out in today's papers. I call upon Councillor Ewan Mackey to move the motion of which he has given notice.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I rise before you today to move the motion in my name and of my colleague, Councillor Parkin, who is delivering his maiden speech. The proposal here today is to reinstate community chest to all wards in the council. For £50,000 for a single-member ward and £100,000 for a two-member ward. For those of you who are not au fait with community chest, it's a pot of money that allows councillors to invest in important issues that take place in their ward. It was a popular measure that was cancelled by a previous Labour administration. I think it was 2012, 2013, something round about then. The community chest delivers devolution, localism and levelling up. It delivers this before these were fashionable terms. You know best what's in your wards. You know what needs to be delivered. And so in the past, it has been used to give secured gates to the back of back lanes, etc., things like that. Certain back lanes, sometimes things can go on in an evening that people don't want it to, so they can put secured gates there. Christmas lights for high streets, etc., to give a festive feel and look to improve the sort of Christmas trade. Supporting day centres, something that the centre hasn't always done quite so well in local areas, youth groups and school crossing patrols. You know whereas school crossing patrol is required the most. In my ward in Ruffley, I have 2 shopping centres on Weeford Road. Those shopping centres are serviced by no pavements and they are serviced by no lights. So that means, yes, we're in a metropolitan council, and yet residents who we now want to walk to shopping centres, we don't want them to drive. They are having to walk on the road or in the verge to get there, children walking in the road at night. It's not something that is safe, and so it is something that needs to be addressed. Lindridge Road, a road in my ward, had 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. Get cars travelling so fast that the matrix sign there that's set at 40 miles an hour, so that so that boy racers don't drive to a speed to show what speed they're doing, doesn't pick cars up. Saw a Porsche going down there, black Porsche going down there, was going so fast I couldn't even get the one digit of its registration number, but yet I can get no support from the centre to put any form of traffic calming on there. Lay-by on Tamworth Road, a hot spot for fly tipping. There's a bank that goes down the back from the lay-by, so the council says that that is too dangerous for the council to go down and litter pick on that, so therefore the Sutton Coldfield Litter Action Group, they have to go down there. They go down a slope that council officers say is too dangerous to go down to do the litter picking. If we had some sort of local funding, we would be able to address that and sort it out. You yourselves know what's best in your wards, and you can go forward and you can address it. The administration will say that, that we can't afford this. What we're asking for here is about £5 million. Our proposed budget that we delivered in May, that was signed off as balanced by the Section 151 officer, contained this item and so is viable. In today's Cabinet, I added up just quickly the amount of overspends that was there, and it listed £15 million worth of overspends. In the September Cabinet, there was £4.6 million of overspends. In February's Cabinet, there was £11.4 million worth of overspends. The Oracle computer system is £20 million higher than what it was originally budgeted. We spent £20 million on consultants. Centenary Square, they came in a third over budget with a total cost of £16 million. The Perry Bar bus depot relocation budget was budgeted at £2 million, came in at finally costing £27 million, and we didn't even use it for the Commonwealth Games. And this is just a brief glance that I've done through Cabinet papers. So you can see that there is plenty of waste and overspending in this council, that all it would need was just a little bit of tighter management, and you will find there that you will be able to find this £5 million. Well, as was Councillor Wood mentioned earlier, we are currently preparing our ward plans. We're consulting with residents. We're consulting with community groups. We're trying to identify new projects that these community groups and our residents would like. We're looking at areas that need improving and bettering, but we have no money to deliver this. So when we speak to the community groups and we say we absolutely agree with you, we have to go cap in hand to an over-centralised system that focuses purely on the centre. We need a bit of devolution so that we can go out and just spend a relatively small amount of money that can make a huge difference in our wards. Actually, I think that's probably what I was going to say. So thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I move my motion.
Thank you. I now call Councillor Richard Parkin to second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to second the motion from Councillor Mackie, calling on the City Council to reinstate the community chest to provide vital funding for our local areas. The community chest was a pot of money that served a real purpose in helping to deliver tangible benefits to local communities before it was cut, and we are calling for it to be brought back. If we genuinely intend to deliver devolution and localism to level up our communities, an aspiration no doubt shared across all parties, elected members need to be given greater financial means at their disposal to make this happen. Like many councillors, I stood for election for one simple reason: to try and make a difference. I want to make a difference to help shape the future of the local community I represent by tackling the concerns of residents and by giving members of the community a voice to ensure they receive the services they need and deserve. I agree with Councillor Wasim Zafar when he said, our taxpayers want to be proud of where they live. Whilst we can all make a difference in all sorts of ways without financial input, the tangible measures that can make a real difference in our local areas require targeted funding, whether it be fixing a hole in the roof of a community centre, introducing traffic calming measures, or tidying up the environment by putting in more waste bins. All of us can list examples where we know money can be spent effectively in our wards. Unfortunately, the small and insignificant funds that are currently handed down to us from Victoria Square to spend on centrally determined priorities do not even scratch the surface to help us meet the needs of our residents. No one knows a community better than the local councillor. We know where the problems are and we know how they can be fixed, yet our hands are tied financially by what is decided centrally in Birmingham. There are three further points I would like to make in support of this motion. Firstly, in calling for the reinstatement of the community chest, we're not expecting a magic money tree to conjure up £5 million to be distributed amongst all councillors every year. Instead, we're calling for funding to be diverted from city centre projects and other examples that Councillor Mackie brought up into local suburban areas on the ground where it is needed most. Secondly, all councillors are required to draw up a ward plan. In the Council's Birmingham's Neighbourhoods Policy Statement, White Paper of January 2019, Birmingham City Council committed to making ward plans more action-focused, and it stated it would ensure that, most importantly, ward plans can be effectively delivered. But how can we effectively deliver a ward plan without funding? What use are the hopes and aspirations in a ward plan if we do not have the financial means to turn them into reality? Without sensible funding and freedom to invest it wisely, targets set in a ward plan will remain wishful thinking, hollow words on a piece of paper. And finally, freeing up more funds for councillors to spend in our communities will help restore public faith in local governments at a time when there is deep mistrust and cynicism at all levels of politics. If residents can start seeing real examples of where their council tax payments are being spent to meet real needs in their wards, this will help to restore trust and confidence in local government. I would conclude by saying that whilst £50,000 a year won't solve all the problems in our areas, by allowing councillors the freedom and discretion to invest community chest funds wisely in their wards, it will be the most effective use of £50,000 the council will ever spend. And Lord Mayor, we will ensure that it will make a difference. Thank you.
I have two amendments which will be debated with the motion. I call upon Councillor Marjorie Bradley to move the first amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just realised 4 minutes rather than 7. I thought it was 7, never mind. I want to move the Labour Group's amendment. The motion's calling for our wards to receive a sum of money to enable local action. And yes, we need money. But my view is that we need more than money. Pots of money to spend locally are very useful, and good on the Labour Council that we had a local innovation budget which helped to save the library from the chop in my ward. Active residents came together in the neighbourhood. We need to hear more over there about active residents coming together, working with you. And now they're a group working with other residents to improve where they live. And we've now got a library that's far more than a library. It's offering debt services, it's offering benefit, job hunt surgeries, community fridges with cheap food, advice and support for people. And we've actually got a giant outdoor chess board in a transformed garden round the library, which was just basically a piece of grass. So all in the library. And the community, the Celebrating Communities money from the Commonwealth Games, that I think was also a very useful pot of money and enabled lots of communities to do things that they'd probably never done before. But do you remember, Conservatives, that the Labour government actually had a neighbourhood renewal fund and a working neighbourhoods fund a long time ago now, sadly, but it was a dedicated, ring-fenced, supplementary investment fund, money to revitalise neighbourhoods. And we had it for a number of years. And that's what we need. And what have we got now? We've got Liz Truss. We've got Liz Truss prioritising those tax cuts for the wealthiest in our society. She doesn't exactly inspire confidence, does she? Basically, with any of us in this chamber. And we have to ask, is there more austerity on the cards? You know, we don't know till the 31st of October. So, if our objective is to make Birmingham's neighbourhoods, and I think this is very important, great places to live, that's what we need to do. And if we're going to make those ward plans happen, we need money, but we need more than pots of money. There's a lot of local councillors in this chamber who are new to this. But if I could just explain that when we set down this localisation policy, working together in Birmingham's neighbourhoods, we had 4 measures of success in that policy. If we succeed, this is what success would look like. Services would be different, better suited to our local area and more efficient. Officers would work for the locality first, not their service or directorate, and they'd work together more at the local level with us. Local councillors would have more influence on the services that are delivered, and residents would feel they were more in control of their area and that they could get the small changes done in their areas that they want to see. We all know that local residents are up for it. They're up for having more of a say. They're up for getting stuck in. We've got so many litter picking groups now, it's fantastic. People want to make their area a decent place to live. We all do. But I still go back to that we need more than money, more than local pots of money. We need council services across this council, like that neighbourhood network service that we've now got with social services, to act local. We need council officers to think local. And we need that local service flexibility. You don't necessarily need a pot of money for the park. You could do it by having flexible council service which would listen to what residents want and would cut the grass where they wanted it instead of where it's being cut now. We had a park, we've got a park, which children couldn't even play in because the grass was neck high. So we had a discussion with our local parks manager, and eventually we're getting there. But that's the kind of thing that you can do with that local service flexibility. So this is about getting our hands on, actually, the existing money that's being spent by this council in all of our areas. And to take up Councillor Wood's point, there was all-party agreement at the Housing and Neighbourhoods Overview and Scrutiny that if we're going to make these ward plans happen, then we do need to relaunch that working together in Birmingham's neighbourhoods policy. And I would welcome the commitment that we are now getting from the leadership, because that's where we need it. We need a commitment to this kind of work right at the top of this council, and I believe that we are getting it. So I welcome that. We need that strong leadership at the very top, because what we're talking about here is across all our services. It's actually no good having one cabinet member trying to deal with this. You need the leader of the council pushing it, and I pay tribute to the leader who is doing that. And it's very difficult, I think, to get a council the size of Birmingham to really focus more on neighbourhood community action. That's a challenge. But because of the size of this city, it's absolutely what's needed. It's the next thing that we need to do. So these neighbourhood action coordinators, great that we're getting a trial on these. They're going to be human beings, actual people, working with us councillors and with residents on the ground where people live, and they're going to help with delivery of ward plans and getting through some of the glue that you have to get through in a big council like Birmingham. And I think other changes will follow. So I think we may hopefully get local money. But, Councillor Mackay, I would say to you, could you tell your government that rather than another round of cuts, can you get them to do what the Labour government did over many years and provide that dedicated ring-fenced supplementary investment fund? Money for neighbourhoods. That's what's needed, and I'd like you to tell them that's the money that we want back. Thank you.
I now call upon Councillor Shabina Bano to second the First Amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I rise to second amendment to the motion proposed by my colleague from Glebe Farm and Talcross, Councillor Marjorie Bridle. Given that I have only been in the council since May of this year, my knowledge of the history of this great council is not as deep as many of my colleagues across the chamber. However, I do know about recent history to be aware that it is thanks to the decade of austerity that the Conservative Party presided over that programmes such as the Community Chest were cut. I was therefore surprised, Lord Mayor, to read this motion from the Conservative group calling on Community Chest to be reinstated. I hope that my Conservative colleagues will see that Labour group's amendment, which I was happy to put my name to acknowledge, that it will be hugely desirable to bring back the Community Chest funding for wards. But this will not be possible should this latest Conservative government embark on new raft of spending cuts. Lord Mayor, as members, we know our wards well. In my own ward of Small Heath, I hear from my residents every day. We are well placed to advocate for our residents, and we work to make our neighbourhoods great places to live and work. We work with our residents to write ward plans, but in order to make these work, we need more than a pot of money. And that is why I am glad that work is being done by this Labour administration to take localisation agenda forward. By working together with local partners in our wards, we can deliver the change that our communities want to see. Lord Mayor, it is this Labour administration that has begun the process of rebuilding neighbourhood council services following years of austerity. And the current neighbourhood coordinator pilot is underway in wards across the city. These coordinators have been helpful resources on the ground, identifying issues as they rise, reporting them up and acting as a link between members and the council departments. Lord Mayor, the Labour group agrees that a community chest would help us to deliver the change that our residents want to see. However, we have to acknowledge the difficulty financial realities that face us. We have had more than a decade of austerity, and now we have a new Conservative government which seems determined to crush the economy, hand out tax cuts to the wealthy, and boost banker bonuses. Sadly, we all know that huge budget cuts will be coming down the line. So perhaps, Lord Mayor, the Conservative members of the Council might consider making their plea for new funding to their Prime Minister instead. Under the latest Labour government, this Council was able to deliver huge investments into our neighbourhoods, changing lives and building safer and more prosperous communities. Under the next Labour government, I know that we will see local government properly funded once again. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I now call Councillor Julian Pritchard to move the second amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to propose the amendment in my name and in the name of Councillor Rob Grant. I'd like to start by saying that we're supportive of this motion. Councillors need more resources to deliver for local people. And as councillors, we're supposed to be doing ward plans, we're supposed to be having ward meetings, and there would be more point to doing this if we had a budget to use to discuss at meetings and a resource to deliver, support delivery of ward action plans. Yes, we have had austerity. Yes, there has been cuts to council budget and services. And as a party that was anti-austerity before it was cool, I absolutely agree that the way council budgets has been slashed and councils being seen as an easy target was absolutely outrageous and has had real damaging, lasting impacts. But it's also not just about the money you no longer get. It's also about the priorities and how you prioritise the money you then still have. And 4 years ago, as has been mentioned, the Council Cabinet passed this devolution white paper. And yes, we could have more local control over services. We could have members of staff helping us on the ground. But the fact that that didn't happen for the 4 years after that paper was passed also raises question marks about the Council's commitment to devolution. But the single biggest thing that the Council could do, if it's serious about devolution to communities, to wards, to councillors, is to provide ward budgets. The community chest proposed in this motion could be a part of this, which is why we support the proposal, and our amendment seeks to further enhance it by providing a ward budget for parks. COVID really drove home, if we didn't already know, how important our parks are, Lord Mayor, for enjoyment, for relaxation, and for people's mental health. Our parks continue to be really, really popular, and residents identify with and value their local parks. A local park is part of the local community. It's not just about the big, high-profile parks like Cannon Hill, but local parks where people live. Residents often ask us to make improvements and understandably get upset if something gets taken away. Some litter bins, for example, have been broken in Bramwood Recreation Ground in my ward. When asked for replacements, the response I got was there's no budget, not even for replacement of what was already there. So the issue is how much resource we have, and if as councillors we want to make even little changes, there's no budget for us to do that. So our amendment seeks to add a ward councillor budget for parks similar to that we have for highways, which means councillors could get some improvements to their parks, and as councillors and local communities know their parks best, it will be up for them to decide. We've set it at the level we've set it, so that every ward will get something, but some wards would possibly get more depending on the size of parks in their ward. With this, councillors will be able to resource some improvements to their local parks for their residents to enjoy. So let's support our parks, let this council put the money behind its support for devolution and giving councillors the resources and the power to make improvements to benefit their residents and communities. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I call upon Councillor Rob Grant to second the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to second the amendment in my name, and I'd like to start by stating our support for this motion and to continue discussing parks and open spaces, specifically in my area, in my ward. The parks and open spaces in my ward are highly valued and extensively used by residents as a place where families can safely spend time and children can play. These include Shannon Road Open Space and Walkers Heath Park. There are several other open spaces, such as Hawksley Hall Public Open Space, and many small areas for walking and play, which are serviced by paths and have benches and bins provided. These parks are a vital resource within residential areas. Yesterday was World Mental Health Day, and this emphasises the value of our open spaces. The Highways budget allows councillors to use knowledge of their local area and input from residents to implement small interventions that can result in greater long-term benefits. However, it would be very beneficial if councillors also had access to a budget to help enhance their local community environment, especially within parks and open spaces, for the benefit of physical and mental health, activities and community events. To keep our parks useful for our residents, benches, bins and play facilities will need either replacing or updating, and a councillor can respond to this need effectively. Let's have the resources to improve our parks and open spaces. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I move the question now be put.
Is that agreed? Yes, I am. I would now like to call Councillor Ewan Mackey to make his reply.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and thank you for everyone who was able to take part in the time allowing. Richard, thank you very much for seconding this motion. And yes, this is a motion for residents, to give power to residents. I can't see why anyone would have a problem with that in the Chamber. In all honesty, we are here to look after residents and to help them have better areas. I can't see a problem with it. We're just looking to have existing money that already exists when the council allocated to be used in our wards. Again, I think it's an easy one to take. Marge, I was expecting so much more support, really, from yourselves. You normally you come to the town council meetings, you talk about devolution, etc., and you always try to say, come on, let's go. But I was disappointed here. It's almost like Kerslake never happened. Birmingham knows best at the centre. Don't hand things down to the residents. They're only going to make a mess of it. And I really was very sort of disappointed with that. Okay, you got your library saved by the centre in your ward, and congratulations for that. But in Sutton Coldfield, we had to link up with Folio, a residents group. We worked really hard and we went cap in hand to the town council, and the town council came up with £100,000, and that's what saved our library. It wasn't the centre, it wasn't this area here, it was residents. Folio Group is what saved it. And so I think there was also mention of a fund that you said that was disgracefully cut It was cut by the Labour government in 2006. It was then the coalition government took that on, it increased it in value, and it added it into the money that the council gets here. So the council does get that money, it just chooses not to spend it on the wards. So I think your next group meeting, you could speak to Ian Ward, leader of the council, and he can look forward to trying to help you. I mean, I think that fund that they said it was a programme for 20 years that was cancelled within 10. And I think it's got a nice ring to it, really. Ian spoke in the previous item about a golden decade. Well, I think this motion could give all our residents, this isn't a political motion, because everyone in this council will get £50,000 to spend in their area. If that doesn't sum up a golden decade, I don't know. He spoke of partnerships with communities. I don't know what gives a better partnership than you being able to go to your ward meeting with £55,000 in your back pocket. If there's two of you, there's £100,000 there. And if they come to you with issues that the centre won't support, you can do it. I think that it's not a political motion. Everyone can just can get involved. Councillor Pritchard, can I just say thank you so much for the support there from your motion. Obviously, we agree and we will accept your amendment. Thank you so much for that. You're right, priorities, devolution, that's what it's all about. We're here, as I keep saying, to support our residents, and that's what we want to do here with this. I think I'm going to give Councillor Zafar his full quote, because I think he deserves that. Because we argue about resources, government cuts, but in reality is that our taxpayers want to be proud of where they live. In fact, I'm going to say that again. I'm going to say that again for you. We can argue about resources and government cuts, but in reality is that our taxpayers want to be proud of where they live. And I think that's absolutely true. All our residents want to be proud of where they live. This is a small sum of money that you can use to deliver for them. It's not a political motion. It's a resident-focused motion. It gives decision-making to ward level. If you believe in localism, if you believe in devolution, this motion is for you. Let's take the party politics out of this and we'll just vote for residents. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
We will now vote on the first amendment proposed by Councillor Marge Bridle and seconded by Councillor Shabina Banu. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. We will now vote on the second amendment proposed by Councillor Julian Pritchard and seconded by Councillor Rob Grant. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. We will now vote on the motion as amended. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. We now move on to the second motion. Could I ask that when you present the motion that you clearly state that I move the motion as set out in today's papers. I call upon Councillor John Hunt to move the motion of which he has given notice.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I propose the motion tabled in the name of myself and Councillor Mumtaz Hussain. It is the end of quite a long day for many of us, but it's nevertheless a very, very important debate, I believe, for all of us, because we live in very, very strange times, do we not, at the moment? The old curse is supposed to be to live in interesting times. I think we are beyond interesting times at the moment, and the big problem we have is often we don't know what's quite round the corner and what's coming, but we do know where we are at the moment, and things are already, in terms of cost of living, in terms of the way people are living, things are already pretty desperate. What we don't know is how much worse it's going to get. All sorts of things can happen, both at international level, at national level in government, and at local level. We will all be trying to do our best, I believe, to alleviate the situation. Energy prices, which significantly underpin the current problem, have doubled in the last year. The cap imposed by the government will increase them by 50%. Without that, I think they'd double again. Or it could even be worse, given the international situation. We just don't know. We're living in times which can be frightening. If you look at them in one way, you have to either look at them in fear or in hope. And let's just maintain a little bit of hope as we go forward, because there are little bits of hope around that we can grasp. And one of the little bits of hope is that there is a reasonable consensus, I believe, around this chamber that this council can respond to the situation. When we originally drafted this motion, we actually put the declaration of the cost of living emergency in our draft, and that seems to have got lost somewhere in the process. But the story of this motion is that we drafted it anyway back in August, and it was to go to the September meeting, of course. And we recognised at the time that things were very, very fast changing in terms of the cost of living crisis. So we drafted it very much as a holding motion, and we recognised that other people would come forward with amendments which might be more topical than where we are. And things continue to evolve. We reviewed it a couple of weeks ago, and we thought it needs to continue to be a holding motion because things are continuing to evolve. Never be quite sure who's in 10 Downing Street at any time. But internationally, of course, there's a lot to be worried about. And locally, the council response continues to evolve too. So, as of now, I think we're going to very much welcome the declaration the leader made that the council should declare a cost of living crisis, and I presume we're all going to try and get behind that. And we're going to welcome the proposals which the Cabinet Member, Councillor Cotton, put forward for warm banks, which many people see as underpinning a very good community response to the situation. And I think we'll have other ideas discussed and proposed this evening before we go home. Just to recap on some of the situations and how those rising costs are impacting on people in our city. I talked to the Aston and Nechells Food Bank, and I also bumped into them at Tesco's a few weeks ago where they were collecting food, and I saw the outcome of that. They reported that in the first week of July, they helped 180 families. That was more than 3 times a year earlier, when they'd helped 53 families in that same week. When I bumped into them in Tesco, they were having a donation week. During that week, they collected 923 kilograms of food. That food and more went out in just 1 week at their 3 centres in Aston and Nechells. And all this has happened before the latest price increases work their way through the system, before the latest round of inflation, before the latest energy increases. Speaking to food bank donors, they say, first of all, the price of the cheaper stuff that we get, the tinned potatoes or whatever, that's gone up. But second, you can't find it anyway. One supermarket, helpfully, has branded all its discount stuff in yellow. It is helpful, but it also means it goes faster, and possibly the people who need it most, it's not there for when people look for it. So the notion that some, can't remember what was a minister in this government or the previous one put out about people shopping around for discount food, yeah, by all means, but it's not easy when it's disappearing off the shelves. I think analysis from the House of Commons Library suggested that with the energy price guarantee that the poorest households will face an increase in costs of more than £1,000. Then you can take off the £400 discount, I think is embedded in it. That's still £50 a month for the poorest households in our city. We put in our motion to freeze energy prices as Ed Davey and as Keir Starmer were talking about over the summer. I noticed the Greens have pitched for a freeze back in last year, which would take it right back to what it was, which is no bad thing if it could be done. The latest energy cap, of course, doesn't freeze it. It lifts it, allows it to rise an extra 50%, and it's an average £2,500 per household, which will help lots of people in many ways. But you can't, because it's average, you can't predict entirely how it will affect people. And we can predict as a council some people who will be hurt worse, those on benefits, those who are struggling, those already in support funds. You can't predict other people who will be hit by sudden, unexpected increases in their energy costs, people who will be hit by increases in their mortgages, people who suddenly find themselves in debt, who need help. And that's where that community response and rolling out the £5 million and more would be better, that was agreed this morning by Cabinet, is going to hopefully make a big difference. So there remain many uncertainties in the situation, Lord Mayor. Government policy, the state of the pound, will there be an inflation uplift in benefits, and how many groups of working people will secure inflation-proof pay rises? Then there's Ukraine, and we continue to hope and pray for a swift resolution, but we don't know. Rising food costs, rising fuel costs, it's going to be tough for everyone, and for some it will be intolerable. And so we can identify and seek to help many of those people if we can muster the resources. There will be some who find themselves in that sudden crisis, and the Council and the community must be ready to help, and I'm sure we can be. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Mumtaz Hussain to second.
By Councillor John Hunt. This city is facing a crisis that we have not seen in modern times. The cost of living is a problem for every single person living in the city. Make no mistake, every single person will be affected. All we know for certain is to choose between heat or eat will become more acute as autumn rolls into winter and beyond. In 2019, Birmingham was the third most deprived city in the country. My ward of Aston in 2019 was 707th most deprived ward in the country. There's a tide of hardship in Aston, sadly it is rising. Rustam Ali, my grandfather, served for 6 years in the Second World War. Like so many of his generation, experienced food rationing. I remember him telling me this is how it was for him even then. But I also see this in Aston, the mother who gives up meals so her child can eat, and the child that goes to school hungry. I come from a very big family. My father was the only breadwinner, and working long hours at the Crocodile Works, we only ever had the basics, the essentials to get by. Treats are right out the question. I can remember the harsh words spoken when the red bill dropped on the mat, my parents struggling so hard. They desperately stretched their household budgets so that it went that little bit further. But I also see this in Aston, the crippling cost of gas and electricity. Families frightened to cook hot meals or heat their homes. This one act pushing them furthermore into debt. I can clearly remember living in a cold house, long winters with brothers and sisters huddling together, desperate to try to keep warm. But I also see this in Aston, cold, poorly insulated homes, just eating money. And take it from me, once you are cold, you can never get warm. These are memories from just 30 short years ago. It sadly seems like nothing has changed at all. And today, if it wasn't for community groups such as Aston and Nechel's Food Bank, more citizens of all ages would go hungry. I can only see the situation get worse and affecting more and more residents as the year moves on. Sadly, everything points towards winter of real despair for many. For some of our residents, and in particular those in my ward, this could be a matter of life or death. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I have 4 amendments which will be debated with the motion. I call upon Councillor Ian Ward to move the first amendment.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. The word crisis can, of course, be overused. A football team losing 3 games on the spin is said to be in a crisis. Shops running out of that must-have toy in the run-up to Christmas is labelled a crisis. But make no mistake, families and businesses right across Birmingham are facing a genuine crisis this winter. I'm sure we all hear from people every day who simply don't know how they're going to make ends meet in the coming months, as many people are forced to make a choice between heating their homes and eating. They need help and support now. Sadly, I don't think the Tory government has fully grasped the scale of this very real crisis. As I told Conservative ministers when they arrived in Birmingham for last week's Tory party conference, the people I talk to are genuinely frightened about what the next few months might bring. Parents don't know how they're going to feed and clothe their children. Pensioners are terrified to switch on the heating. And food banks across the city are experiencing a surge in demand as the very human consequences of this Tory cost of living crisis are felt by more and more people. Lord Mayor, to give you some idea of the scale of this mounting emergency, Birmingham has over 300,000 residents already living in poverty, with many more highly exposed to rising energy and food bills. Indeed, over 40% of Birmingham's children grow up in relative poverty. Even before the bombshell of the next round of energy bills, 6 of the top 13 constituencies in the country for fuel poverty are right here in Birmingham. And just for good measure, the government's ongoing refusal to rule out real-term cuts to benefit payments is just adding to the dread and anguish in homes right across this city. Lord Mayor, make no mistake, not increasing benefits in line with inflation would be immoral, unfair and unequal. It would plunge thousands of Birmingham families even further into crisis, making an absolute mockery of the levelling up agenda. In times of crisis, people, institutions and businesses look to the government for action, or at least they would if we had a functioning government. Sadly, Liz Truss's Tory government, just like Boris Johnson's before it, is missing in action. I hate to break it to the Prime Minister and our hapless Chancellor, but lifting the cap on bankers' bonuses isn't going to help struggling families in my Shard End ward or elsewhere in Birmingham. The tragic reality is that the government either doesn't understand the severity of this emergency, or worse still, they just don't care. Well, the Labour Council will not sit idly by while families across Birmingham are plunged into a winter of misery. As I told Cabinet this morning, when formally declaring a cost of living emergency, we have identified £5 million from reserves as a first step to deal with this emergency over the winter. This money will be used to improve the availability of advice to residents with a focus on increasing benefit take-up, increase energy efficiency with a focus on reducing costs, increase the supply of food through food banks across the city, ensure the provision of a network of warm spaces across Birmingham, and of course, to support our own staff caught up in this growing crisis. Lord Mayor, I am under no illusion about the scale of this challenge. I know that the £5 million alone will not be enough to tackle the unfolding emergency, and I am clear that just as we did throughout the pandemic, we must work in collaboration with partners across the city. Last week, the Birmingham City Partnership Board wrote to the Prime Minister, urging the government to act quickly to support citizens, communities and businesses. And, as this amendment outlines, there are things that government can do now to genuinely protect and support families and households, recognising that nationally there is also a housing emergency. So we are urging the government to increase local housing allowance rates in line with rising private market rents, to introduce rent reforms and a potential temporary cap to protect private tenants from further rental increases at a time of crisis, to legislate a no winter evictions guarantee to protect private tenants from homelessness, to reform right to buy, safeguarding the remaining social housing stock for our most vulnerable residents, and to prioritise the passing of the Renters Reform Bill that seeks to improve standards and regulations across the private rented sector to better protect tenants. Lord Mayor, introducing these measures would be the right thing to do even in the best of times. But when people across the city are worried sick about the coming months, the government has a duty to act now before it is too late. So it's time for the Tories to stop fighting amongst themselves and do what is right for this city and for the country. Lord Mayor, I move the amendment listed in my name on today's agenda paper. Thank you.
I call Councillor Marcus Bernasconi to second the First Amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Across our city and across the country, families are beginning to face stark choices. As the temperature drops outside, inside homes, people are beginning to ask, how cold is too cold? Can we go another night without turning on the boiler? How can I make less money stretch even further in the weekly shop? This is the biggest cost of living crisis in a generation. And let's be clear, nobody is immune to rising prices. This is a crisis that will affect households in all parts of our city. But it's certainly the most vulnerable in our city that will feel the biggest impact. In my ward of North Edgbaston, people are at breaking point. One resident said to me, "I am asthmatic. Heating is very important during this time of season, but I have to make a choice to feed my kids or warm the house." Similar stories are being repeated across Birmingham, while warnings by charities, trade unions and campaigners were simply not heeded by this government. And a succession of Tory Prime Ministers have failed to plan for this moment. Failed to tackle rising rents for private tenants, failed to ensure that pay for ordinary workers keeps up with the rising cost of living, failed to protect our energy security, insulate homes or invest enough in renewables. And yes, at Conservative Party conference, the message from one Tory MP was this: if you can't afford the astronomical prices this winter, the answer is simple: get a better job. I'd like them to tell that to the third of residents in my North Edgbaston ward who are receiving universal credit while in paid employment, because poverty wages cannot support their basic living costs and need topping up by the taxpayer. The government's solution: an energy package where measures to support the least well-off are wiped out completely by impact of rising interest rates, a scheme that puts more money into the pockets of billionaire oil and gas producers. That's why I'm proud to represent my ward with a Labour council that's taking radical action to protect our residents, declaring a cost of living emergency, bringing forward £5 million in reserves to support residents, providing a network of warm banks across the city for those facing energy poverty, and continuing a programme to retrofit homes, making them fit for the future. We cannot tackle this crisis alone, and I know that the Leader and the Cabinet are working in lockstep with community groups, charities and faith organisations in our city to face it head on. To name a few in my ward, Birmingham Settlement, City Road Methodist Church, St Germain's and Companions for Hope are doing great work to support residents and those in need. Lord Mayor, after the devastation of a coronavirus pandemic, we now face an equally frightening prospect: a poverty pandemic. It's a Labour council that's prepared to step up and bring forward a raft of measures to support ordinary people, those in need, families and the elderly. And I hope that sooner rather than later, it will be a Labour government that will ensure we never find ourselves in this situation again. Lord Mayor, I second the amendment set out in my name.
I now call Councillor Julian Pritchard to move the second amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I rise to move the amendment in my name and name of Councillor Rob Grant. It is an amendment that we hope will add value to the Liberal Democrat motion, which we support, and in it we're suggesting numerous measures that we believe the Council and the Government need to take to help tackle the cost of living crisis, including action on benefits, price caps and taxes, and greater support for communities, as well as the Council and Government doing much more on retrofitting and installation to really tackle the cost of living crisis and climate emergency at the same time. It goes without saying, Lord Mayor, that even the newly capped bills are too much for many people. Bills were already too high even before the increase this October, which was moderated by the new cap. So that's why we're saying we need government bills capped back to last year, not at the levels we're seeing in 2022. The energy price cap should also not be paid for by the taxpayer in the future, but by the further windfall taxes on fossil fuel energy generators now. It's not only fair, but also common sense. While a lot of measures to support residents are around energy bills, these are not the only costs that are rising. Food prices are going up, up and up. So our amendment also calls for an increase in benefits in line with inflation and also for the reinstatement of the universal credit uplift. And while these are government responsibilities, there are also things the Council can do in addition to lobbying the Government on the measures in our amendment and that are in some of the other amendments. One thing the Council could do itself is investigate whether it can make any changes to its council tax reduction scheme. There are other councils that ask for a smaller contribution than Birmingham's 20%, including Conservative-run Solihull. Reducing the tax burden on the poorest will be a positive step to support those in need. Council, I believe, should also look further if there's anything else it can do, particularly financially, to support voluntary and faith organisations to take part in its Warm Bank scheme. Many community organisations will be struggling themselves with increased demand for their services and having increased bills to provide warm banks or just even keep their buildings open. And while it might not end up being possible for the council to do these measures, they should be at the very least investigated whether it could be. But there's no doubt that the biggest impact on people's energy bills, even with the price cap, so it's imperative to reduce the amount of energy people lose in leaky homes. We need retrofit insulation at scale. Prevention is better than cure, and the cheapest energy is energy residents don't have to waste through leaky homes. Just over 3 years ago, Lord Mayor, this council declared a climate emergency. Other councillors in this chamber have said how this debate was one of the best they've witnessed and taken part in. One of the key parts of that declaration, as well as getting to net zero by 2030, was the idea of a just transition. That is, in getting to net zero, we do it in a way which was equitable and socially just. That transition to net zero wouldn't be done on the backs of those at the sharp end, but more than that, it would actively help those in fuel poverty and struggling to pay their bills, even back then in 2019. Retrofitting housing stock at scale and making sure council housing, and ideally all new housing, is built to the highest possible energy efficiency standard would have gone a long way to have tackled not only the climate crisis, but would have done wonders for today's cost of living crisis. The best time to retrofit the properties was 3 years ago. The second best time to do it is right now. And while there are schemes out there and there is work being done by the Road to Zero team, it all still feels very piecemeal, with the onus very much on residents, and as a whole, it's barely scratching the surface. So, we believe the council needs to redouble its efforts to roll out a programme of retrofit of all its properties at scale. It also needs to push the government to take a national lead on this, giving councils, housing associations, landlords and homeowners support to retrofit homes. We need a programme at scale, nationally and locally, to give everybody a warm, energy-efficient home. Tackling the climate crisis and the cost of living crisis are one and the same. We need the council and the government to act now to tackle this joint emergency. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Rob Grant to second the second amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to second this amendment in my name. And again, it's an amendment that we hope will add value to the Liberal Democrat motion, which we support. Much of what I wish to say has already been expressed by other speakers, but it does emphasise the gravity of this situation, where we're all saying the same thing. I know many residents in my ward are really struggling. Many are facing impossible choice between eating and heating. And what's worse, we really shouldn't be in this position. In a fair society, people would have enough. In a country where government and councils acted with foresight and long-term thinking, we would have retrofitted our housing stock so people weren't wasting money heating the outside. Unfortunately, we're not in this position, but acting late is somewhat better than not acting at all. Given the scale of the crisis, this council needs to make sure it leaves no stone unturned in supporting residents. Whether that's doing what we can to call on government to make sure benefits are sufficient and putting in place a national retrofit plan, or making sure it does everything in its power to support all residents, as everyone will be struggling, as has already been mentioned. This crisis needs elected representatives and community champions like us to be at our best to help our residents through this. Let's get the action we need from the government and ensure this council can do everything it can. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I now call Councillor Simon Morrell to move the third amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Simon Morrell for Frankly Great Park Ward in South Birmingham. And I just want to congratulate you. Was that your maiden speech? Well done, congratulations. I really didn't want to get political, but Councillor Ward, when you refer to it as the Tory cost of living crisis, my stomach sinks. This time last year, Lord Mayor, last year, Lord Mayor, I stood up here and talked about poverty. And you've just mentioned yourself, the term cost of living crisis gets overused quite a lot because the Labour have spun that narrative that there's been a cost of living crisis for every single year that the Tories have been in government. Colleagues, we now have a genuine cost of living crisis on our hands, and I would have liked to have thought that we would have come together across parties to have done something for the citizens of Birmingham. There are 3 reasons why we are having a cost of living crisis. The first is inflation, which is being driven by loads of money that's been pumped into the economy from furlough schemes and the like from COVID. The second is an energy crisis, and if we want to go down that rabbit hole...
Councillors, will you have some respect for someone that is talking? Thank you.
Second, obviously, is an energy crisis, the fact that we are not energy sufficient. If we want to go down that rabbit hole, we can explore the last Labour government. And, of course, the third one is slow economic growth. However, having said that, we do, therefore, as a Conservative group, welcome and affirm the declaration of a cost of living emergency by the council leader and all political groups. In particular, we welcome the steps that have been taken by the Conservative government to support people through the cost of living emergency, including the energy price guarantee that will reduce the unit cost of electricity and gas so that a typical household pays an average of £2,500 a year for the next 2 years, not 6 months, saving them £1,000 a year. A further £400 energy bill discount for all households, bringing the typical bill down to £2,100 a year. A targeted £650 cost of living payment to all households on means-tested benefits. A further £150 disability cost of living payment for individuals on disability benefits. An extra one-off £300 pensioner cost of living payment, which will be paid for as an automatic top-up to the winter fuel payment. Cancelling the planned rise in national insurance contributions, bringing forward the reduction in the basic rate of income tax to 19%, and introducing a plan for growth to increase jobs, wages and productivity. However, the Conservative group notes that despite these measures, the extent of the crisis brought about by the global events means that many people will continue to face hardship. And whilst it is impossible to insulate everybody against every eventuality, the Council believes that more must be done nationally and local to support the most vulnerable and protect jobs. Therefore, the Conservative group are calling on the Conservative government to maintain previous commitments to increase benefit in line with inflation, as supported by various government ministers, and increase the personal allowance for income tax in line with inflation. We want to review the marginal rates of tax at different thresholds to remove disincentives to incentivise pay or hours, ensure that Birmingham and the wider West Midlands region can benefit from plans for growth such as investment zones, which we are calling for in Longbridge, and support the existing levelling up funds, including ones in Edgbaston, Erdington, Northfield, as well as increasing rail capacity through schemes such as extending the Camp Hill line to Longbridge. But let's be completely frank here about some basic economics. Resources are finite, but desires are infinite. And there are only three ways that a government can actually raise funds. We can raise taxes, which will just stifle economic growth. And fundamentally, the more growth, the more tax revenue you get into the coffers. It's called the Laffer curve. Google it. We can borrow the money, which fundamentally means that future generations are going to have to pay that back. Something we've been telling the Labour Party over and over and over and over and over again for time immemorial. Or we could print the money, which I've already alluded to. When you print money, that will just lead to inflation. And of course, we'll all remember you supported Jeremy Corbyn, who just wanted quantitative easing for the poor. Now, the Labour Party's solution to this is they want to extension of the windfall tax on the energy companies, which is going to raise £8 billion. The package of measures that I have just announced from the Conservative government is £120 billion. You do not need to be a mathematician to work out that 8 billion take away 120 means you've got a 1,200, a massive shortfall. Isn't it better to invest that money? Isn't it better if the energy companies were to invest that money into renewable energies and into being energy secure? The other solution, of course, is you could go after the billionaires. Do you know how many billionaires are on the planet, ladies and gentlemen? You know, Alex, because I told you before. 171. We could go after the top 1%. Do you know how much you need to earn in this country to be in the top 1% of earners? Yeah. 120,000 up to 160,000 all have wealth around £500,000. So basically most of our council officers. And there's actually not a lot of them actually in the country to tax. Or we could go after businesses, attack the businesses. 99.9% of all businesses in this country are small to medium enterprises. So there's simply not enough rich people to tax. The only way that you are going to create prosperity and get us out of the cost of living crisis is 3 words. Yeah. To quote our third female Prime Minister, growth, growth and growth. We need to encourage investment, job creation and skills. We need to empower everyone, in particular our young people, to go out and achieve what they can achieve. We need to make sure that opportunity is spread far and wide, reaching places like I represent in Franklin. And we need to empower future generations to stand on their own 2 feet, start up their own business, and be their own boss. Lord Mayor, it is growth, historically, growth that pulls people out of poverty. It is growth that creates more tax revenue that benefits public services. And it is growth that creates prosperity for all. And I will finish on one example. 1989 was the year that I was born. And in that year, the Berlin Wall fell, which symbolised the end of global communism, socialism and central planning. Global abject poverty in the space of 20 years, abject poverty, not relative poverty, global abject poverty halved in 20 years, 10 years previously than what was forecast. We know what creates prosperity, we know what creates growth, and on this side, we will get Britain moving and we will get through this cost of living crisis, mark my words. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Ewan Mackey to second the third amendment.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I rise to second the amendment.
Councillors, please, we have someone now putting through the third amendment. Please have the respect to give them the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I rise today to second the amendment that's in the name of Simon Morrell and myself. Earlier on today, Ian, for the second time, mentioned that the council was declaring a cost of living emergency, and for the second time, our group supported him in that and backed it in it. He said that we are facing a situation as grave as the pandemic, and we agree with that as well, because this is a time to park party politics and work together for the good of our residents. He mentioned benefits rising in line with inflation. Our amendment mentions that today. So unfortunately, yours doesn't. So if you were to vote for an amendment that calls for benefits to rise in line with inflation, vote for the Conservative amendment today, because that is what we are calling for. We are here to deliver for residents. I think we all make that commitment when we start as councillors, and I think that's something that we need to really pay very close attention to. As Councillor Morrell mentioned, there is a worldwide context to this. As with the pandemic, there was a worldwide context to that. It affected the whole world. We had to focus very closely on what we did here and to make sure that we as a nation sort of delivered for everyone, especially the most vulnerable. That is the same situation here at the moment. During the pandemic, national governments poured in billions of pounds into all the economies, ours included. Ours for the workers with the furlough fund, businesses received grants and loans. Billions of pounds were poured into the economy, and you don't have to have a GCSE-style economics to understand what that does. Is it's a cause of inflation, because then what suddenly happens, there's a lot more money flowing around in the system, and so that is one of the reasons for the inflation that we're having here today. The pandemic is still having an effect on the worldwide economy. China, at this moment in time, is still pushing large cities into lockdowns as they struggle to contain the pandemic that they have there. China, whether we like it or not, is almost a manufacturing hub for the world. And obviously, when large towns that are huge manufacturing bases, when they go into lockdown, that just shuts out an awful lot of supply. So supply reduces, demand increases, another cause of inflation. We mentioned as well earlier on that the Russians, the illegal invasion of Ukraine, something that we're all absolutely dead against. Ukraine supplied 40% of the world's grain. Now, obviously, for a long time, that was absolutely cut out from the market. So there's a cause why most of the food's going up at the moment, because everyone's been competing massively to get their hands on food. The correct sanctions that were taken by the European Union, British government and others means that Russian gas and oil is not being bought, which of course meant that even though we use remarkably small amounts of gas and oil, what that has meant that where we buy it from, there's other places trying to buy it. But gas, believe it or not, is already falling as other people are finding locations to buy it from. They're saying now that the 60 billion bailout for the government's gas fund is already down to 30 billion as wholesale-style gas is full. So hopefully that should work its way through into the domestic market. But the most important thing here, I think, is we need to park party politics. This affects all residents of this city, and we need to work together. If you want to see your benefits rise in line with inflation, support our amendment. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
I now call upon Councillor Izzy Knowles to move the fourth amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I propose this amendment in my name. The economic situation is profoundly grave. Up to 60 billion of spending cuts must be found in 3 weeks, says the IFS. The Bank of England warns of dysfunction and material risk to financial instability. The West Midlands faces the highest unemployment rate in the UK. Businesses are struggling under the weight of cost pressures associated with global supply chain disruption, Brexit, energy bills, uncontrolled inflation and rising interest rates. These are the headlines in the national news. This is the reality that we have to face today. The cost of living crisis is real and it's urgent. If we don't act now, many people will suffer and the knock-on effect will be to add to our already overstretched public services. When COVID-19 hit us 2.5 years ago, this city proved it could rise to the challenge of supporting large numbers of vulnerable people very quickly. It did so by commissioning the very able Active Wellbeing Society, who created Birmingham Together, but also crucially, at the same time, it also released funds to recognise community organisations and groups. This meant practical support, much of which was provided by volunteers, was put on the ground very quickly. And my colleague, Councillor Jenkins, will remember how we set up Moseley Together in working with the Community Development Trust and a band of volunteers in less than a week. More recently, the Homes for Ukraine scheme has struggled and come under criticism because of too much emphasis on commissions to organisations who've been slow to deliver or whose role is unclear. Community groups and volunteers again stepped in to do the groundwork and supported on shoestring budgets. The announcement of funding to those groups made by Councillor Cotton's update today is very welcome. But if he was in a host WhatsApp group that I'm in, he would have seen most of the comments were, well, it's about time variety. Birmingham Together, the Homes for Ukraine, and indeed the response to the Commonwealth Games showed us that the people who know how to support the community best are in the community themselves. Our amendment seeks to ensure we build on our successes, we learn from our weaknesses, and we commit sufficient funds and make them available quickly in the heart of the communities that need them. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Deborah Harris to second the fourth amendment.
Lord Mayor, I rise to formally second the amendment.
Thank you. We now have the debate, and I will call Councillor Robert Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And we've heard from many members today very eloquently about the causes of the cost of living crisis at the moment. So we've obviously heard about the impact the war in Ukraine is having, heard about the impact of globally propping up economies, which was absolutely the right thing to do during COVID, but ends up always having a price for economies to pay at a later date. And the fact that it all comes together to create an unprecedented global financial impact on countries across the globe at the moment. And you see that when you look at the global growth figures. IMF today released new figures, still predicting growth will go up in this country. Other countries like Germany predicting they'll go into recession. So that tells you how difficult it is, but also the impact the government's work is also having. And that's something our amendment tries to pick up. It's highlighting the work that has happened, and indeed many of these I know have been welcomed by members of the opposition, either locally or nationally, on social media in recent weeks. So I'm sure members of those groups will be very delighted to welcome those measures of support for Birmingham residents across our city in all wards later when we vote on these motions. As Councillor Ewan Mackey mentioned, we were very happy to support a cost of living declaration. Happy is perhaps not the right word given the impact on Birmingham residents, but we were clearly willing to do exactly what we did as a group during the COVID pandemic and come together across party, because this is incredibly serious. It's quite astonishing, actually, that in the last 4 years, we're going to basically have lived through the two biggest impacts on communities in this city within such a short space of time. Events that would normally be decades apart have been happening within a few months, in reality, when you look at it that way. So that's why we were also happy to sign the cross-party letter that went out from the council, with city partners signing it. The 2 Conservative MPs in the city also signed it. Notable that only 1 Labour MP in the city signed it. But showing that cross-party support that we're always going to put the Birmingham residents first, which is something we've always done on this side. It's also important, though, that we shouldn't forget, in all the rhetoric we've heard today, just how much power the council has to help people. And that's what the second part of our amendment picks up on. It picks up on some of the steps the council could take to help support Birmingham residents within the confines of the budget it already has. So, for instance, a moratorium on any increases in fees and charges above inflation. The proposal to bring forward, before Christmas, an immediate council tax rebate to help support families in this city. The idea, the last bullet point in our amendment, that the council's chief exec office should have officers in there dedicated to making sure that SMEs in the city who supply the council are paid within 30 days so they don't come into cash flow problems, which might cause them having to lay staff off in our city at this desperate time. There are absolutely right across this council for calls to make the government take action, also recognising the action has already been taken. But we should also recognise the great power this council has to help improve Birmingham residents' lives as well. This council has a budget of over £3 billion. This council is in the healthiest financial position it's been in for 30 years. The words of the leader of the council himself. The point of having those reserves is for rainy days like this to help support Brummies when they need it. That's why we're asking you to support our amendment. Because yes, we should be asking for as much as possible in terms of the government to help support our residents, but we should also be taking an action as a council ourselves. And frankly, I don't think any member of this council can go home tonight and sleep contently if they've been happy to sit in this chamber today and reject the idea that Birmingham City Council should also step up to the plate. And that's why we're asking you all to support our amendment today. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Lee Marsham.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The huge rise in the cost of energy, food and other essentials, alongside the £20 cut to universal credit last year, has meant that between April 2021 and March 2022, food banks and the Trust of Trust network provided more than 2.1 million parcels to people facing financial hardship. This is reflected locally as food banks across our city are reporting record demand. I recently lent a hand at Aston Nechells Food Bank and to thank staff and volunteers for their hard work. They too are seeing unprecedented demand, with more families being forced through their doors in need of emergency food. At one of their centres, they hand out single startup packs full of kitchen basics such as utensils to single clients moving into new accommodation. Unfortunately, for the first time in 4 years, they have now run out of these supplies, and they're having to spend over £2,000 a month stocking up on extra food due to declining donations as people tighten their belts and to meet the increased demand of the cost of living crisis. This coming Sunday, alongside the Aston Villa Foundation, they will have 2 donation drop-off points before Villa's game with Chelsea. I would urge all my fellow Villa fans to help where they can. Lord Mayor, people in Nechells are suffering from the cost of living crisis and need immediate support and help. Instead, what they got from the recent mini-budget was a Robin Hood budget in reverse, prioritising bankers' bonuses and tax cuts for the rich. Nechells has been let down by this government. The energy cap will help, but it's not enough. And for many families, their bills will still be above £2,500, despite what this government has said. Fortunately, our Labour Council will have put in more than £6 million to help families, as well as ensuring everyone in county tax bands A to D receives their £150 rebate. We're also working with water companies to help those struggling to save on their water bills. I would say that I'm proud that we are stepping up with our offer of warm banks. But that is nothing to be proud of in a country as wealthy as ours, where our council needs to step in to offer warmth to our people. I'm embarrassed, and it's a permanent stain on this government. While us Brummies will take our cap off to welcome someone in from the cold, the only cap the Conservative government are interested in is that on bankers' bonuses. This Labour Council supports our people in times of need, whilst the Conservative government falls short. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Conscious of... Due to lack of time, I now call Councillor John Hunt to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And can I first of all congratulate the first-time speakers, Councillor Mumtaz Hussain and Councillor Berlusconi. Both excellent speeches and hopefully the start of good council careers. Now, the debate, and Councillor Masham, just to acknowledge both you and I have been talking to the Aston and Nechells Food Bank and what a terrific piece of work they do, and I do hope they're successful at Villa over the weekend. If I can perhaps take the amendments in turn, or try and work the amendments around, because I think here we're very happy to accept the Labour amendment. As I said, the policies that the administration is setting up, we're very happy to welcome. And in general, the asks of government, I think we're also very happy to support. I think in return, I would ask the Labour group to accept Councillor Knowles' amendment, because one of the things that bedevils our debates frequently in this afternoon too, particularly at a time of such crisis and emergency, is getting too bogged down in politics and economics, which we could all do at great length, and it's obviously very important in background. But Councillor Knowles talked specifically about how effective the council response would be, and I know this morning at Cabinet, again, Cabinet members and the leader was talking about mirroring the pandemic response, which I think during the pandemic the council did proud, and it got resources out there, it supported community groups and so forth. And again, here, Councillor Auden talked about that, and even if we don't have the Conservative amendment, I think you and I in the opposition and everybody should be holding the council to account for how it delivers this programme. That's part of our role, and we need to do that because we need to see effective and fast rollout of this. I understand the £5 million is flexible, because I personally think it's not going to be enough if we're going to do anything very effective, but we need to make sure that is not eaten up in management costs and it gets down to the front line. So, just coming to the Conservative amendment, because so often the Conservatives put forward amendments that, like a curate's egg, they're good in parts. They come up with some good ideas and good points, but it's very difficult to accept the whole. And I think we should welcome the Conservative group's support for increasing benefits in line with inflation, because that's very much in the balance at the moment. It's very critical that that happens. But unfortunately, if you try and do it for accepting their amendment, you then have to move on to the next paragraph in their amendment, which reads review marginal rates of tax at different thresholds to remove disincentives to increase pay or hours. Well, fine in principle or theory, but now, what's that all about? Is it by any chance about the 45p tax rate and removing that? Councillor Morrill gave us a vivid... It is a marginal rate of tax. And Councillor Morrill gave us a vivid defence of trust economics, which is slightly worrying, because the case for growth obviously is very important. Sustainable growth is important too, and there are lots of things that create growth, and a rushed fiscal statement full of ideological announcements doesn't necessarily do the job, and the markets didn't think so. And of course, then we've had various references to what causes it. Clearly, Ukraine and that madman in the Kremlin, is he mad or not? But the dangerous man in the Kremlin, Vladimir Putin, is a key factor. But then the sudden increase in the pound doesn't help with inflation. And frankly, if we're going to be political, Brexit didn't help with inflation either, and it didn't help with the supply of food to this country. And certainly rushed announcements from the Chancellor don't help. But the key thing I hope we can do is get together behind an agreement that the Council can do something and will do something, and we want it to be done effectively. Just the Green Amendment, I referred at the outset to their very bold call for the freeze to go back to last autumn. And in fact, I don't know if you realise your Labour amendment removed support for the freeze, which leaves us rather with a government 2,500 at the moment. So I will support the Green Amendment too, because we need to continue to be bold and need to continue to ask for the earth, because there are people who are going to really suffer. And it's all very well saying we will get through it, as Councillor Morrill said, but not everybody will get through it. unless we're there to help them and support them, and that's the problem. We need to try and make sure everybody gets through this, and we need to do that as a city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
We will now vote on the first amendment proposed by Councillor Ian Ward. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. We'll now vote on the second amendment proposed by Councillor Julian Pritchard. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Now vote on the third amendment proposed by Councillor Simon Morrell. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That is lost. Okay, there we go. Ring the bell. Yeah, get that. Okay. Names will be taken. Lock the doors.
So, Lord Mayor, as soon as this alarm goes off, that's the last opportunity people have got to be in this room.
Yeah, I know.
So then my colleagues will start the vote as soon as the
As
alarm
soon
goes
as
off.
this
So as soon as the alarm
finishes.
goes off,
Yeah.
if you want to say votes will now be taken.
Yeah.
We nearly got there.
Someone's going to. Not allow you to do it. There you go. I know. Yeah, it does.
Someone must have tipped in the wheel.
I'm not. We'll have to wait until the alarms.
No.
We'll have to wait.
Can you?
Lord Mayor, the only other thing to make mention of is that sort of we don't have a specific time in terms of the
Doors
amount
should
of
be
time.
locked. Yes.
Yeah, so the doors are locked, but when you announce that the votes will now be taken,
Yeah.
we sort of have to judge what's appropriate, and then you'll say, has everyone voted? I don't know, it's sort of done by judgment.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
But Councillor Quintrod is just going to say point of order that the doors are going to be locked when the doors should be locked after the bell is finished.
The doors, when the alarm rings,
Yeah.
when the alarm shuts off, that's when the doors are locked.
I know.
So they lock them
They
before
don't lock the doors until these alarms stop. Yeah. Thank God for that. Thank God for that. Go ahead. I couldn't hear a word you wanted to say. What is it? What? Can you quote, please?
Indeed. Can I do?
Please quote the procedure and why you feel it's out of order.
That was merely, I was asking for a best practice in the future.
Or can we move on now, please, Councillor? What? The doors are now locked. There's been sufficient time for everyone to get it. The doors are now locked. That's it. As we are now moving on. Will members now cast their votes? Those in favour of the motion or amendment, press the plus button. Those against the amendment, press the minus button. Those wishing to abstain should press the cross button. What's going on now?
We should be voting now.
Voting now.
Voting now.
Yeah.
So perhaps in a minute or 30 seconds,
Yeah.
just say everyone voted.
Have you all voted? The officer will then lock the machines and the votes cast will be recorded on the display board. We hope. We hope.
We
Okay.
hope.
We hope.
It's lost. Yes, the amendment is lost.
Therefore, the amendment is lost. Okay, we done?
Just vote on amendment 4.
Right. We now vote on Amendment 4.
Proposed by Councillor Knowles.
Proposed by Councillor Knowles.
Those in favour? Those in favour?
Yeah, okay. Those in favour? Those against? That is lost. What are we doing now?
Vote on the substantive motion as amended.
Okay. We will now vote on the motion as amended. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Well, that concludes the business of the meeting. Thank you all for attending.
Well done, Lord Mayor.